Welcome back to another story on Fiction Blue. This time, we're bringing you, What If Harry Used a Pensieve to Expose the Dursleys' Abuse to the International Confederation of Wizards. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Cupboard Under the Stairs. The smell of Grimmauld Place was getting worse. Harry couldn't tell if it was the house itself rotting from the inside out or if the doxy infestation on the third floor had finally killed something bigger than a mouse, but either way, every breath tasted like mildew and regret. He'd been here for 11 days now. 11 days of Mrs. Weasley's aggressive cleaning campaigns, of Fred and George's muffled explosions from behind closed doors, of Hermione's worried glances that she thought were subtle and weren't. 11 days of nobody telling him a damn thing. He sat on the floor of the drawing room, back against a cabinet that occasionally growled at him, turning a heavy bronze coin over and over in his fingers. It was 3 a.m. The house was finally quiet, no order members tramping through the kitchen, no creature muttering slurs under his breath from behind a curtain. Just Harry and the darkness and the distant, rhythmic drip of something leaking somewhere in the walls. He couldn't sleep. That wasn't new. What was new was that he'd stopped pretending he could. Every time he closed his eyes, he was back in that graveyard. Not always at the worst part, sometimes his brain served up the moment just before, when Cedric had smiled at him and said, "Together," and reached for the cup like it was just a game, just a school competition, like the worst thing that could happen was losing points. Sometimes it was the green flash. Sometimes it was the sound Cedric's body made hitting the ground, a sound Harry hadn't even consciously registered at the time but that his subconscious had apparently recorded in crystalline detail for the express purpose of replaying at 2 a.m. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes until he saw colors. "You're going to damage your corneas doing that." Harry dropped his hands. Sirius stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed. He was wearing a threadbare bathrobe that had probably been expensive 30 years ago, and his hair was pulled back in a knot that was already coming undone. He looked tired. He always looked tired these days, but there was something behind it, a restlessness that Harry recognized because he felt it too. 2 prisoners who'd been let out of their cells only to be locked in a different building. "Couldn't sleep," Harry said. "Shocking." Sirius padded across the room in bare feet and dropped onto the floor beside him, groaning as his knees popped. "Neither could I." Buckbeak's snoring could wake the dead, and in this house, that's not a figure of speech. Harry almost smiled. Almost. They sat in silence for a while. Sirius pulled a flask from his robe pocket, took a sip, caught Harry's look, and shrugged. "Fire whiskey." "Don't tell Molly." "Wasn't going to." "Good lad." He took another sip, then stared at the far wall like it owed him money. "You want to talk about it?" "No." "Fair enough." Pause. "You want to talk about something else?" Harry turned the bronze coin over again. "What's behind the locked door on the 4th floor?" "The one with the silver handle." Sirius's expression shifted, not quite surprise, more like he'd been expecting this question eventually but not tonight. "That's the family vault room." "Well, one of them. The main vault's at Gringotts, obviously, but the Blacks kept a secondary collection here. Personal items. Heirlooms. Things they didn't trust the goblins with, which tells you something about my family's paranoia." "What's in it?" "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. I haven't been in there since I was 16. He rubbed the back of his neck. "My mother sealed it after I ran away. Blood ward on the lock, only a black by blood can open it. Ironic, isn't it? She sealed it to keep me out, but I'm the last black standing, so I'm the only one who can get in. Have you tried?" "Haven't had the energy. Or the inclination, if I'm honest. Nothing in that room is going to be pleasant." He looked at Harry sideways. "Why?" Harry shrugged. "Bored." Sirius laughed, a real one, rough and short. "Bored. At 15, locked in a house full of dark artifacts, and you're bored. James would have already blown the door off its hinges by now. The laughter faded. "You're not bored, though. You're looking for something." Harry didn't answer, because Sirius was right and they both knew it. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. A weapon, maybe. A secret. Anything that felt like it gave him some measure of control over a life that seemed to be entirely managed by other people. "I'll open it tomorrow," Sirius said quietly. "We'll look together." Tomorrow turned out to be late afternoon, because Molly Weasley's cleaning schedule was an unstoppable force and she'd decided the second-floor bathroom needed to be dealt with, which involved everyone in the house spending 3 hours fighting what turned out to be a boggart nesting inside a toilet cistern. By the time they escaped, Ron's boggart had been a spider, Hermione's had been McGonagall telling her she'd failed everything, and Harry's had been a Dementor that he'd dispatched with a Patronus so bright it left afterimages on everyone's retinas. Mrs. Weasley was force-feeding them sandwiches and nobody was allowed to leave the kitchen. Harry ate mechanically. Ham and mustard, the bread slightly stale. Across the table, Ginny was telling Ron about something she'd read in the Prophet, something about Fudge appointing a new undersecretary to a committee nobody cared about, and Ron was pretending to listen while stealing crisps off Hermione's plate. It was all so aggressively normal that Harry felt like he was watching it through glass. Hermione caught his eye. "You all right?" "Fine." She didn't believe him. She never believed him when he said he was fine, which was both the most annoying and most comforting thing about her. But she didn't push it, just gave him a look that said we'll talk later and went back to swatting Ron's hand away from her crisps. Harry waited until Mrs. Weasley was occupied with the dishes. She insisted on doing them by hand even though magic existed, something about keeping busy, and slipped out of the kitchen. Sirius was already waiting at the foot of the stairs, flask in hand. "Ready?" Sirius asked. They climbed to the 4th floor in silence. The house got darker up here, the gas lamps sputtering and unreliable. The wallpaper, green and silver, because of course it was peeling in long strips that hung like dead skin. Something skittered in the walls as they passed. The door with the silver handle was at the end of a narrow corridor. It looked ordinary enough, dark wood, slightly warped with age, but Harry could feel the magic radiating off it even from 10 feet away. A low hum, like a tuning fork struck hours ago and still vibrating. Sirius pressed his palm flat against the handle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the silver flared white-hot, and Sirius flinched but didn't pull away. Blood magic, Harry realized. It was reading him. There was a sound like a lock turning, not one lock, but dozens, a cascading series of clicks running through the door from top to bottom. The hum stopped. The door swung inward. The room beyond was smaller than Harry expected. No bigger than his dormitory at Hogwarts, with a low ceiling and no windows. The air inside was dry and perfectly still, preserved by whatever enchantments kept the vault sealed. Shelves lined every wall, floor to ceiling, packed with an eclectic mix of objects, crystal vials filled with swirling silver liquid, leather-bound books with titles in languages Harry didn't recognize, jewelry that glinted with gems too dark to be diamonds, rolled parchment sealed with black wax, a set of daggers with handles carved from bone. And on the center table, sitting on a velvet cloth like a crown on display, was a shallow stone basin covered in runes. Harry recognized it immediately. His stomach dropped. "Is that a Pensieve?" Sirius stepped into the room, his eyes moving over the shelves with an expression that was equal parts nostalgia and revulsion. "It is. My grandfather Arcturus's, if I remember right. He was obsessed with memory magic. Thought he could use memories as legal evidence, spent years trying to get the Wisingamot to accept Pensieve testimony in criminal trials." He picked up one of the crystal vials, held it to the light. Silver mist coiled inside. These must be his collection. Memories, stored for. I don't even want to know what. Harry moved closer to the Pensieve. It was different from Dumbledore's, darker stone, rougher around the edges, the runes more angular and aggressive. But the basin itself had that same impossible depth to it, that sense that you could fall in and never hit bottom. Did it work? Harry asked. Getting the Wizengamot to accept Pensieve memories? No. The British Wizengamot refused. Said memories could be tampered with, which is technically true, though there are ways to verify authenticity. Sirius set the vial down and frowned at a stack of parchments. Arcturus was furious. Spent the last decade of his life petitioning someone. I can't remember who. Some international body. Something in Harry's chest went very still. International. Sirius was rifling through the parchments now, unrolling one after another. The International Confederation of Wizards. That's right. He tried to go over the Wizengamot's head. Claimed that the ICW's Charter on Magical Justice Standards required member nations to accept verified Pensieve testimony in cases involving. He trailed off, reading. His eyebrows climbed. Well. What? Sirius held up the parchment. It was old, the ink faded to brown, but the seal at the bottom was still vivid, a globe encircled by wands, the emblem of the International Confederation. ICW Charter, Article 31, Section 4. In cases involving the welfare of magical children, the International Confederation reserves the right to accept and review verified Pensieve testimony, irrespective of the evidentiary standards of individual member nations. It goes on, there's a whole protocol for authentication, chain of custody, the involvement of certified memory experts. He looked up at Harry. My grandfather got them to ratify this. It's international law. Harry's mouth was dry. So Pensieve memories can be used as evidence. For cases involving magical children, yes. At the international level. Sirius was still reading, his eyes moving fast. This is remarkable. There's an entire framework here. The ICW has an Office of Magical Child Welfare, or at least they did when this was written. They have jurisdiction that supersedes national ministries when. He stopped. Looked at Harry. Really looked at him. The room was very quiet. Harry, Sirius said carefully. Why are you asking about this? Harry didn't answer right away. He was staring at the Pensieve, at the dark stone and the empty basin, and in his mind he was somewhere else entirely. He was 5 years old, sitting in the dark with his knees pulled up to his chest and a spider building a web 3 inches from his face. He was 7, scrubbing the kitchen floor with a toothbrush while Dudley watched cartoons in the next room. He was 10, lying on a thin mattress in a cupboard under the stairs, listening to the Dursleys eat dinner and wondering if they'd remember to feed him or if he'd have to sneak bread again after they went to bed. He was 11, reading a letter addressed to the cupboard under the stairs and realizing that the magical world had always known. They'd always known where he slept. They knew, Harry said. His voice came out flat. The address on my Hogwarts letter. It said the cupboard. Someone at Hogwarts knew I was living in a cupboard, and they sent me back there anyway. Every year. Every summer. They knew, and they sent me back. Sirius's face did something complicated. Pain, first, raw and immediate, the kind Harry had seen in the mirror often enough to recognize. Then anger, slow and building, darkening his eyes. Dumbledore, he said, and it wasn't a question. Dumbledore. The Ministry. Everyone. Harry turned away from the Pensieve and looked at his godfather. After first year, Ron and the twins had to rip bars off my window to rescue me. Bars, Sirius. The Dursleys put bars on my window and a cat flap on my door and fed me through it like I was an animal. I told people. I told Ron, I told Hermione, I told Dumbledore, not all of it, but enough. Nobody did anything. Every summer, the same speech, you must return to the Dursleys, Harry. The blood protection is essential. It's for the greater good. He was shaking. He hadn't meant to start talking about this, but now that he'd started, he couldn't stop. It was like a dam cracking, not breaking all at once, but fracturing in lines that spread faster than he could track. First year, I came to Hogwarts 15 pounds underweight. Madame Pomfrey put me on nutrition potions. She had to do it again in second year, and third year, and fourth. Every September, the same routine. Nobody asked why. Nobody asked why the boy who lived showed up to school looking like he'd been living on scraps, because the answer would have been inconvenient. Sirius set the parchment down. His hands were trembling, but his voice was steady when he spoke. I tried to get custody. After I escaped Azkaban. I was going to, the plan was always to get you out of there. But then Pettigrew escaped, and I was still a fugitive, and Dumbledore said, I know what Dumbledore said. He told you the same thing he told me. Blood wards. Protection. The only safe place. Harry laughed, and it sounded wrong even to his own ears. Safe. That's what he calls it. Safe is a cupboard full of spiders. Safe is Aunt Petunia swinging a frying pan at my head when I accidentally made the bacon float. Safe is Uncle Vernon. He stopped. Swallowed. Some things he hadn't said out loud before, and the words stuck in his throat like they had physical weight. Sirius crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled Harry into a hug so fierce it hurt. Harry stood rigid for a moment. Physical affection was still something his body didn't quite know how to process, like a language he'd never been taught, and then something in him gave way and he leaned into it. He didn't cry. He was past crying about this. But he stood there with his face pressed against his godfather's shoulder and breathed, and for 30 seconds, the world was just this, someone holding on to him like he mattered. When Sirius pulled back, his eyes were red but his jaw was set. What do you want to do? Harry looked at the Pensieve again. I want to use it. To show the Dursleys' treatment of you. To show everyone. Not just Dumbledore, not just the Ministry, they've had 15 years to do something and they chose not to. I want to go above them. The ICW. Article 31. If Pensieve memories are admissible for cases involving magical children, then I have a case. I have 15 years of evidence, and it's all right here. He tapped his temple. Every locked cupboard, every missed meal, all of it. It's all still in here. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. He picked up the parchment again, reread it, then set it down and looked at the shelves of crystal vials. Arcturus kept notes on the extraction process. Authenticated memories, there's a specific technique. The memory has to be extracted under controlled conditions with verified witnesses, or the ICW won't accept it. He pulled a leather-bound journal from the shelf and opened it. It's all here. The protocol, the chain of custody requirements, even template petitions for filing with the ICW's Office of Magical Child Welfare. So it's possible. It's possible. Sirius met his eyes. But Harry, you need to understand what this means. If you take this to the ICW, it won't just be about the Dursleys. The ICW will ask how this happened. They'll ask who was responsible for your placement, who knew, who failed to intervene. The answer to all of those questions is, Dumbledore. Among others. Fudge. The Ministry's Department of Magical Child Services, if they even have one. Possibly the entire Wizengamot, since they approved your placement after your parents' murder without, as far as I know, any follow-up welfare checks. Sirius's voice was careful, measured, but Harry could hear the anger thrumming underneath it like a bass note. This won't be a quiet complaint. This will be a political earthquake. Dumbledore will fight it. The Ministry will fight it. They'll say you're being manipulated, that you're too young to understand, that the blood wards justified everything. Good, Harry said. Sirius blinked. Let them fight it. Let them stand up in front of the entire International Confederation and explain why it was acceptable to leave a child in a cupboard for 10 years. Let Dumbledore explain why he knew and did nothing. Let Fudge explain why the Ministry never checked on the most famous orphan in Wizarding Britain. Harry's voice was steady now. The shaking had stopped. Something had crystallized inside him, not anger, not exactly, but something harder and colder and more useful. Resolve. I'm done being managed. I'm done being the weapon they hide in a cupboard until they need me to fight something. If they want me to be the boy who lived, then they can deal with the boy who actually lived, cupboard and all. The silence that followed was electric. Sirius stared at him for a long time, and Harry watched something shift in his godfather's face. Not surprise, Sirius had seen enough of the Dursleys' handiwork to know what Harry had endured. But something like recognition. Like he was seeing Harry clearly for the first time, not as James's son or as the child he needed to protect, but as a person who had already survived things that would have broken most adults and who had decided, with perfect clarity, that he was done surviving quietly. "All right," Sirius said. "Then we do this properly. No half measures, no going through channels that can be blocked or buried. We build an airtight case, we follow Arcturus's protocols to the letter, and we take it directly to the ICW before Dumbledore or the Ministry can interfere." "How long?" "The memory extraction is the easy part. I can learn the authentication technique from these notes in a day or two. The harder part is the legal framework. We need to file a formal petition with the ICW's Office of Magical Child Welfare, which means we need someone who understands international magical law." He drummed his fingers against the shelf. "I know someone. She's in France, worked for the ICW for 20 years before she retired. Aurélie de Rosier. She helped my uncle Alfred with a property dispute back in the 70s. She's brilliant, she's discreet, and she hates Dumbledore." "Why does she hate Dumbledore?" "Because he blocked her appointment as ICW Secretary General in 1989. Long story. The point is, she's motivated and she's competent." He was already moving, pulling journals and parchments from the shelves, stacking them on the table beside the Pensieve. "We'll need to be careful about who else knows. Not because we're doing anything wrong, but because the moment Dumbledore gets wind of this, he'll try to stop it. He'll frame it as protecting you, but what he'll really be protecting is himself." Harry nodded. "Ron and Hermione." "Naturally. Anyone else?" Harry thought about it. "Not yet. Not until we're ready to file." "Smart." Sirius paused, a journal open in his hands. "Harry. I need you to hear something, and I need you to hear it clearly." Harry waited. "What the Dursleys did to you was wrong. Not complicated, not justified, not a necessary sacrifice for some greater good. Wrong. What Dumbledore did, leaving you there, keeping you there, knowing what he knew, was also wrong. You have every right to hold people accountable for that. Every right. And I will stand next to you through every minute of it, no matter what happens, no matter who pushes back. Do you understand?" Harry's throat was tight. He nodded. "Good. Now help me carry this Pensieve downstairs before my back gives out. The thing weighs as much as Buckbeak." They set up a workspace in Sirius's bedroom, which had the advantage of being on a floor nobody else had reason to visit and the disadvantage of being decorated in Gryffindor colors so aggressively that it felt like being inside a Christmas ornament. Sirius had rebelled against his family's Slytherin aesthetic with all the subtlety of a 14-year-old, which he had been when he decorated it, and had never gotten around to updating. The Pensieve sat on a desk that Sirius cleared by sweeping everything on it onto the floor: old letters, quills, a plate that might have once held food, and a photograph of 4 teenagers in Hogwarts robes that Harry picked up and set gently aside. "Right," Sirius said, flipping open Arcturus's journal. "The authentication protocol. Arcturus developed it specifically for ICW submissions. Standard Pensieve memory extraction pulls the memory as the person experienced it, subjective, colored by emotion, potentially unreliable. Authenticated extraction is different. It uses a modified technique that captures the raw sensory data alongside the emotional overlay, so the viewer can see both what actually happened and how the subject experienced it. It's harder to fake because you'd have to fabricate 2 layers of information simultaneously. And the ICW accepts this? According to Article 31, authenticated Pensieve memories extracted under witnessed conditions are admissible as primary evidence in cases involving magical child welfare. The authentication charm is. He ran his finger down the page. Here. It's a variant of Legilimens, not invasive, more like a guided extraction. The caster helps the subject locate the memory, then the authentication charm tags it with a magical signature that proves it hasn't been tampered with. The catch is that the caster has to be skilled enough in mind magic to perform the extraction without influencing the memory. It's delicate work. Can you do it? Sirius hesitated. Possibly. I was decent at legilimency before Azkaban. My family trained all the children in occlumency and legilimency as a matter of course, because blacks are paranoid bastards. But 12 years of Dementor exposure doesn't exactly sharpen the mind. He flexed his fingers. I'll practice. If I can't do it cleanly, we'll find someone who can. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and watched Sirius read. How many memories do we need? Quality over quantity. We want a clear pattern, not just 1 or 2 incidents that could be dismissed as exaggeration, but a systematic history that demonstrates ongoing neglect and abuse. The ICW needs to see that this wasn't a lapse in judgment. It was a sustained campaign of cruelty against a magical child. He looked up from the journal. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, Harry. The extraction process will require you to relive these memories in detail. It won't be pleasant. I relive them every night anyway. At least this way it'll be useful. Sirius winced. Fair point. They worked for 3 hours, going through Arcturus's notes and the relevant sections of the ICW charter. Harry was surprised at how detailed the framework was. The Office of Magical Child Welfare had protocols for everything from initial petition filing to emergency intervention to full tribunal hearings. It was a complete system, designed to protect magical children from exactly the kind of situation Harry had been in. And it had been sitting in a vault room, collecting dust, because the one person who tried to use it had died before he could see it through. I have a question, Harry said, around midnight. They'd migrated to sitting on the floor with parchment spread out between them, Sirius's flask making regular appearances. Shoot. Why doesn't anyone know about this? Article 31, the Office of Magical Child Welfare. If this framework exists, why hasn't anyone used it? Sirius leaned back against the bed frame. A few reasons. First, it's international law, and most wizards barely know their own national laws, let alone international ones. The ICW is seen as this distant bureaucratic body that handles trade agreements and statute of secrecy violations, not domestic child welfare cases. Second, the British ministry has never exactly advertised the existence of an international body that can override its authority. Fudge likes being the top of the food chain. The last thing he wants is some French or German or Brazilian delegate telling him how to run his country. And third. Sirius paused. Third, the people who are most likely to need this protection are children. And children don't know it exists, because no one tells them. By the time they're old enough to navigate the system, they've either aged out of it or they've been convinced that what happened to them wasn't that bad. He met Harry's eyes. Sound familiar? It did. It sounded exactly like Harry's life. For years, he'd minimized the Dursleys' treatment, told himself it could have been worse, told himself other kids had it harder, told himself that complaining would make him seem weak or ungrateful. It had taken watching Cedric die, had taken the accumulated weight of 15 years of being used and discarded and used again, to shake something loose inside him and make him realize that he wasn't being dramatic. He'd been a child, sleeping in a cupboard, being starved and screamed at and treated like vermin, and the adults who were supposed to protect him had chosen not to. I want to start the extractions tomorrow, Harry said. Tomorrow? Harry, I need time to practice the authentication charm, then practice tonight. Practice all night if you have to. I've been waiting 15 years to do something about this. I'm not waiting any more. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Then he picked up the journal, the flask, and the parchment with the authentication charm instructions, and stood up. Get some sleep. I'll be ready by morning. Sirius. His godfather stopped at the door. Thank you. Something moved across Sirius's face, grief, pride, fury, love, and he nodded once. Always, kid. And he closed the door. Harry didn't sleep. He lay on his back in the dark, staring at a ceiling he couldn't see, and let the memories come. They came in no particular order. His brain had never been good at filing things chronologically. The cupboard first, always the cupboard. The smell of dust and Aunt Petunia's cleaning products. The light that came through the vent in the door, a thin strip of gold that was the only way he could tell if it was day or night. The sound of the lock clicking shut. He'd been put in the cupboard when he was 15 months old. He knew this because Aunt Petunia had told him, once, during one of her rare moments of viciousness that went beyond neglect into active cruelty. We put you under the stairs the night you arrived, she'd said. Dumbledore's letter said to take you in, so we did. It didn't say we had to give you a proper room. Dumbledore's letter. Even that early, even at the very beginning, Dumbledore had known. Had chosen the Dursleys, had written a letter, not visited in person, not checked on the child he was leaving on a doorstep in November, but written a letter, and walked away. Harry shifted in the dark. Other memories now. The time Uncle Vernon had grabbed him by the arm and thrown him into the cupboard so hard that he'd hit the back wall and seen stars. He'd been 7. His crime, asking for seconds at dinner. The bruises had lasted 2 weeks, but by September they'd faded, and no Muggle teacher had noticed, and no magical guardian had been watching. The time Aunt Marge had set Ripper on him and he'd spent 3 hours up a tree while the adults laughed. The times, plural, too many to count, he'd gone to bed hungry because dinner was a Dursley privilege and Harry had failed to earn it by completing his chore list to Aunt Petunia's impossible standards. The bars on the window. He kept coming back to that. 12 years old, locked in a room with bars on the window and a cat flap on the door, and when Ron and the twins had rescued him, the Wizarding World's response had been precisely nothing. No investigation. No consequences. Mrs. Weasley had tutored and fed him, Dumbledore had smiled and twinkled, and the next summer, back he went. He sat up in bed. His heart was beating fast, but not from fear. From something else, something that had been building for days, maybe weeks, maybe years, and had finally found a direction. He was angry. Not the hot, explosive anger he'd felt in Dumbledore's office after the third task, but something deeper and more structural. The anger of a person who has finally looked clearly at their own life and understood, with complete certainty, that what was done to them was a choice made by people who could have chosen differently. He got out of bed, crossed to the window, and looked out at the London street below. It was dark and empty, the street lamps making pools of orange light on the pavement. Somewhere out there, number 4 Privet Drive sat in its neat little row, with its neat little garden and its cupboard under the stairs and its complete absence of a boy to torture this summer. I'm coming for all of you, Harry said to the window. To the Dursleys. To Fudge. To Dumbledore. To everyone who'd known and done nothing. And you're not going to see it coming. He told Ron and Hermione the next morning. Not everything, not the worst details, not the memories that lived in the part of his brain he didn't visit voluntarily. But enough. He told them about the Pensieve, about Article 31, about the plan to take the case to the ICW. He told them in Sirius's room, with the door locked and a silencing charm up, while the Pensieve sat on the desk behind him like a stone witness. Ron's face went through several stages, confusion, then slow understanding, then a flush of anger so deep it turned his ears the same color as his hair. The bars, he said. I saw the bars, Harry. I was there. Fred and George and me, we ripped them off your bloody window with Dad's car. You were, he stopped. Swallowed. You were so thin. I remember telling Mum, and she was upset, but then school started and I just, forgot. Everyone forgot, Harry said. That's the point. Hermione hadn't spoken. She was sitting on the floor with her knees pulled up, and Harry could see her mind working behind her eyes, processing, analyzing, building frameworks. When she finally spoke, her voice was the careful, controlled tone she used when she was trying very hard not to cry. The Hogwarts letter, she said. It was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. Yes. Which means the Hogwarts quill, the magical record that tracks wizarding children, knew exactly where you were sleeping. Which means Dumbledore knew, because the letters are approved by the headmaster before they're sent. And he, her voice cracked. She pressed her lips together, breathed through her nose, and continued. He used that information to address the letter. He didn't use it to help you. He used it to find you. Yes. That's, Harry, that's not just negligence. That's, I know what it is, Hermione. She was quiet for a moment. Then, what do you need from us? That was the thing about Hermione. She could have asked 100 questions, she probably had 100 questions, but she knew the right one to lead with. Not, are you sure, or, have you thought about the consequences, but, what do you need? Witnesses, Harry said. The authenticated extraction protocol requires at least 2 witnesses present during the memory extraction to verify chain of custody. The witnesses have to sign the memory vials with their magical signatures. Sirius will be performing the extraction, so he can't also be a witness. We'll do it, Ron said immediately. Both of us, Hermione confirmed. But Harry, I want to understand the legal framework completely before we start. If we're going to do this, we need to be sure the ICW will accept our petition. One procedural error and the whole case could be thrown out. Harry nodded toward the stack of parchments on the desk. Sirius's grandfather left detailed notes. The ICW charters there too, along with the specific protocols for Article 31 petitions. Hermione was already on her feet and moving toward the parchments. She picked up the first one, scanned it, and her eyebrows rose. This is comprehensive. The evidentiary standards are actually quite progressive, more so than the Wisingamots by a significant margin. And the Office of Magical Child Welfare has independent investigative authority. She trailed off, already lost in the text. Ron watched her with an expression of fond resignation. She's going to read all of those, isn't she? Probably twice, Harry said. Definitely twice, Hermione confirmed without looking up. It took Hermione 4 hours. By the end of it, she'd covered 3 feet of parchment with notes, cross-references, and a timeline of relevant legal precedents that she'd compiled from Arcturus Black's journals. She presented her findings with the brisk efficiency of someone who has just reviewed an entire legal system and found it wanting but workable. The good news, she said, is that Article 31 is still active. It's never been repealed or amended. The Office of Magical Child Welfare still exists, it's understaffed and largely ignored, but it exists, and its mandate is clear. A petition from a magical child, or someone acting on behalf of a magical child, alleging abuse or neglect by Muggle guardians falls squarely within its jurisdiction. The bad news? Harry asked. There isn't bad news, exactly. There are complications. She consulted her notes. The main one is that the ICW requires a formal hearing before it can take action. That hearing has to be held within 60 days of the petition being filed, and it has to include representatives from the accused party, the petitioner, and the relevant national ministry. Which means the British ministry will be involved. Fudge will try to block it, Sirius said. He was sitting at the desk, where he'd been practicing the authentication charm on his own memories for the past 3 hours. His wand tip glowed faintly silver. He'll claim the ICW doesn't have jurisdiction over domestic matters. He can claim whatever he wants, Hermione said. Article 31 specifically supersedes national authority in cases involving magical child welfare. Arcturus Black got that provision ratified precisely to prevent national ministries from burying these cases. There's even a clause, Section 7, that prohibits the accused national ministry from delaying or obstructing the hearing process. If Fudge tries to block it, he'll be in violation of international law. Ron let out a low whistle. Hermione, you're terrifying. Thank you. She turned back to Harry. The other complication is Dumbledore. He's the supreme mugwump of the ICW, or he was, as of last year. If he's still in that position, he'll have significant influence over how the hearing is conducted. Can he stop it? Harry asked. No. The Supreme Mugwump can't unilaterally dismiss a petition filed under Article 31, it requires a full tribunal vote, and the petitioner has the right to present evidence before any vote is taken. But he can influence the composition of the tribunal, the scheduling, the procedural rules. She hesitated. He'll try to manage this, Harry. He'll frame it as a misunderstanding, or as Harry being manipulated, or as an enemy attack on British sovereignty. He's very good at controlling narratives. So we control the narrative first, Harry said. We file the petition, we present the memories, and we do it before he can set up a counter-strategy. How fast can we move? Hermione and Sirius exchanged a glance. If we start the memory extractions today, Sirius said, and I can get the authentication charm working consistently, which I think I can, it's coming back to me, we could have the evidence package ready in 3 to 4 days. Filing the petition with the ICW takes another 2 days by international owl post, or same day if we deliver it in person to the ICW headquarters in Geneva. Geneva, Harry said. We deliver it in person. That means international travel, Hermione said. Which means Portkeys or the Flu network, both of which are monitored by the ministry. Muggle airplane, Ron suggested, and everyone stared at him. What? Dad talks about them all the time. You just sit in a big metal bird and it takes you to France or wherever. Switzerland, Hermione corrected. And actually, that's not a terrible idea. The ministry monitors magical travel, but they have no way of tracking Muggle transportation. We could fly from London to Geneva without anyone in the magical world knowing we'd left the country. Can we get passports? Harry asked. I've got one, the Dursleys had to get me one for a school trip they ended up not letting me go on. But, I can transfigure documents, Sirius said. Passports, tickets, whatever we need. I learned a few useful skills in my wayward youth. Of course you did, Hermione muttered, but she was smiling. The plan was taking shape. Harry could feel it solidifying around him like armor, not a vague hope anymore, but a real, actionable strategy with steps and timelines and contingencies. For the first time in weeks, maybe months, he felt like he was doing something instead of having something done to him. We start today, he said. Sirius, are you ready for the first extraction? Sirius stood, flexed his wand hand, and nodded. I'm ready. Which memory do you want to start with? Harry looked at the Pensieve. The empty basin stared back at him, waiting to be filled. The cupboard, he said. We start at the beginning. The extraction hurt. Not physically, the sensation of Sirius's wand at his temple, drawing the memory out in a silver thread, was strange but painless. The hurt was internal. To extract an authenticated memory, Harry had to fully immerse himself in it, to remember not just the events but the sensations, the emotions, the details his conscious mind had buried for self-preservation. He had to go back. He went back to the cupboard. He was 4 years old. The door was locked. It was nighttime, he could tell because the strip of light under the door was gone, which meant the hallway light was off, which meant the Dursleys were asleep. His stomach hurt. Not the mild discomfort of missing a meal, but the deep, gnawing ache of genuine hunger. He hadn't eaten since yesterday's breakfast, which had been a piece of toast that Aunt Petunia had dropped on the floor and handed to him instead of throwing away. The cupboard was small. He could touch both walls if he stretched his arms out, but he didn't stretch his arms out because there were spiders on the left wall and he'd learned not to disturb them. His mattress was a folded blanket on a piece of plywood. His pillow was a wadded-up shirt. There were dust bunnies the size of actual bunnies in the corners, and the stairs above his head creaked and groaned when anyone walked on them, raining fine grit into his hair and eyes. He was crying. Quietly, he'd learned to cry quietly before he'd learned to tie his shoes, because crying loudly made Uncle Vernon angry, and Uncle Vernon angry was the worst thing in the world. Not because of what Vernon did, specifically, though what he did was bad enough, the shouting, the grabbing, the way he'd lean in close with his meaty face and his breath that smelled like beer and whisper things that made Harry feel like he was nothing, less than nothing, like he was a stain the family couldn't quite scrub out. It was worse than that. It was the certainty, absolute and unshakable in a 4-year-old's mind, that this was all there would ever be. This cupboard, this hunger, this darkness, forever. The memory came out silver and swirling. Sirius guided it into a crystal vial with steady hands, and the authentication charm sealed it with a soft golden pulse. Hermione and Ron signed the vial with their wand tips, their magical signatures glowing briefly before fading into the glass. Harry opened his eyes. He was back in Sirius's room, sitting in a chair with the Pensieve in front of him and his 3 favorite people in the world watching him with varying degrees of barely controlled fury. Hermione had tears streaming down her face. She wasn't wiping them away or trying to hide them, they just fell, silently, while her expression remained set in something that had gone past sympathy into cold, analytical rage. Ron was pacing. Actually pacing, back and forth in front of the window, his hands clenched at his sides, and Harry could see the tips of his ears burning crimson. Sirius was the stillest Harry had ever seen him. He stood beside the Pensieve, the sealed vial in his hand, and he looked like a man who was using every ounce of self-control he possessed not to apparate to Surrey and burn number 4 Privet Drive to the ground. That was one memory, Harry said quietly. I have hundreds. We'll get them all, Sirius said. His voice was very, very calm. The calm before something devastating. Every single one. And then we'll take them to Geneva, and we'll put them in front of every delegate in the International Confederation, and the whole world is going to see exactly what was done to you. Ron stopped pacing. I want to testify. Everyone looked at him. I saw the bars, he said. I saw the locks on the door, the cat flap, how thin Harry was. Fred and George saw it too, they'll testify if I ask them. And Mum, she saw Harry that summer, she saw the state he was in. These aren't just Harry's memories. There are witnesses. Living, breathing witnesses who can confirm what they saw. That's actually significant, Hermione said, her mind already shifting into legal mode even as she wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand. Corroborating testimony strengthens the case exponentially. If we can get sworn statements from the Weasleys, maybe even from Madame Pomfrey regarding the annual nutrition potions. Pomfrey keeps medical records, Sirius said. Hogwarts medical records are confidential, but they can be subpoenaed by the ICW under Article 31. Harry watched them plan. He watched Ron's anger transform into action, watched Hermione's grief become strategy, watched Sirius's guilt, because it was guilt, partly, the guilt of a godfather who hadn't been there, harden into purpose. And he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Not the fragile, desperate kind he'd felt when Sirius first offered him a home at the end of 3rd year. Something sturdier. Something with teeth. 2 more extractions today, Harry said. The bars on the window. And the time Vernon. He paused. Steadied himself. The time Vernon locked me out of the house in January and I slept in the garden shed. I was 8. Ron made a sound like he'd been punched. Harry, Hermione started. I'm fine. I can do this. He looked at each of them in turn. I need to do this. Not just for the case. For me. I've been carrying these memories around like they're secrets I should be ashamed of, and I'm done. I'm done being ashamed of what other people did to me. The room was quiet. Then Sirius raised his wand. Whenever you're ready. Harry closed his eyes and went back. They extracted 7 memories that first day. 7 vials of silver mist, each sealed with the golden pulse of the authentication charm, each signed by Ron and Hermione as witnesses. 7 moments from a childhood that the wizarding world had celebrated in songs and stories and chocolate frog cards while the actual child lived it in darkness. By the time they finished, it was past midnight. Hermione had filled 6 feet of parchment with case notes. Ron had gone through an entire box of tissues and was pretending he hadn't. Sirius had drunk the rest of his flask and hadn't spoken in an hour. Harry stood at the window, looking out at nothing. He felt emptied, not in a bad way, but in the way you feel after being sick, when the worst is over and your body is wrung out but somehow lighter. The memories were still there, still his, but copies of them now existed outside his head, captured in glass and gold, and that meant something. It meant they were evidence. It meant they were real in a way that couldn't be dismissed or minimized or explained away. For more days, he said to the glass. For more days, and then Geneva. Behind him, Sirius was arranging the memory vials in a wooden case lined with velvet. Each one was labeled in Hermione's precise handwriting, date, location, description, authentication code. A filing system for a lifetime of cruelty. A paper trail, or a glass trail, that led from a cupboard under the stairs in Surrey to the highest judicial body in the wizarding world. For more days, Sirius agreed. Harry turned from the window. He was tired, bone-deep, hollow-eyed tired, but beneath the exhaustion, something burned. Not anger. Not anymore. Something steadier. Purpose. Get some sleep, he told them all. Tomorrow, we do it again. He left the room and walked down the dark hallway to his own bedroom, and for the first time in weeks, he slept without dreaming. Chapter 2, The Weight of Silver. The second day of extractions was worse than the first. Harry had expected this. The memories he'd started with, the cupboard, the bars on the window, the night in the garden shed, were bad, but they were memories he'd turned over so many times in his mind that they'd developed a kind of protective casing, like scar tissue over a wound. He could access them without falling apart because he'd already fallen apart over them years ago, privately, in the dark, where nobody could see. The memories they tackled on day 2 hadn't been handled as much. They lived deeper, in the places Harry didn't go voluntarily. Sirius had set up the extraction room properly overnight. The desk was cleared except for the Pensieve and the wooden case of vials. He'd drawn a containment circle on the floor in chalk, not strictly necessary, according to Arcturus's notes, but useful for grounding the subject during particularly intense extractions. 2 chairs sat inside the circle, facing each other. Ron and Hermione had their witness station against the far wall, parchment and quills ready. Harry sat in one chair. Sirius sat in the other, wand in hand, looking like he hadn't slept at all. Which memory? Sirius asked. Harry had made a list. He'd sat up in bed that morning with a scrap of parchment and written down every significant incident he could remember, in rough chronological order. The list filled both sides of the parchment and spilled onto a second sheet. Reading it back had been surreal, like reviewing someone else's life, someone who'd endured an almost comical quantity of cruelty, except it wasn't someone else and it wasn't comical. Age 6, Harry said. Dudley's birthday. The zoo trip. I thought the zoo trip was when you were 11, Hermione said from her station. The snake incident, there was an earlier one. When I was 6. I wasn't allowed to go, I was never allowed to go anywhere with them, but the neighbor who usually watched me was unavailable, so Aunt Petunia locked me in the cupboard with a glass of water and half a sandwich and told me to be quiet until they got back. He said it flatly, like reading off a grocery list. They didn't come back until 9 at night. 15 hours. I was 6. Ron's quill snapped in his hand. He stared at the broken pieces, set them down, and picked up a new one without a word. Sirius raised his wand. Focus on the memory. Start from the moment the door locked. Harry closed his eyes. The click of the lock. The sound of Aunt Petunia's heels on the hallway floor, receding. The front door opening, Dudley's excited squealing about elephants, Uncle Vernon's booming laugh. The door closing. The car starting. Silence. He was small, so small that the cupboard didn't feel as cramped as it would later. The sandwich was cheese and pickle, the bread already stale. He ate half of it immediately and saved the rest, because he'd learned by 6 that food given to him should be rationed. The glass of water was warm and tasted like the tap. For the first hour, he was fine. He had a broken toy soldier he'd found in Dudley's trash, missing an arm, but Harry didn't mind. He made up stories for the soldier, whispered adventures in the dark. The soldier climbed the walls of the cupboard, fought spiders, discovered treasure behind the water heater. By hour 3, the game had lost its charm. The cupboard was getting hot, it was July, and the space under the stairs had no ventilation. Harry's shirt was sticking to his back. He drank the rest of the water. By hour 6, he needed the toilet. There was no toilet in the cupboard. There was no bucket, no container, nothing. He held it as long as he could, held it until his stomach cramped and his eyes watered, and then he couldn't hold it anymore, and the shame of that, the burning humiliation of a 6-year-old wetting himself because nobody had thought to let him use the bathroom, was so acute that adult Harry, sitting in the extraction chair 15 years later, felt it like a physical blow. He kept going. Hour 9, hour 12. The sandwich was gone. His mouth was dry. The cupboard was dark, it had been daylight when they left, and the strip under the door had been gold, and now it was black. They should have been back by now. Something was wrong. Maybe they'd forgotten about him. Maybe they'd decided not to come back at all. Maybe he'd be in the cupboard forever, and nobody would know, because nobody knew he was there. Nobody knew he existed. Hour 15. The front door opened. Laughter, movement, the rustling of shopping bags. Aunt Petunia's heels clicking down the hall, pausing at the cupboard door. The lock turning. The door opening. Light, blinding after so many hours of dark, and Aunt Petunia's face, looking down at him, seeing the wet trousers and the empty glass and the way he was curled up against the back wall with his knees drawn to his chest. "Disgusting," she said. "Clean yourself up." Not, "I'm sorry." Not, "Are you all right?" Just disgust, spoken with the casual contempt of a woman looking at something unpleasant on the bottom of her shoe. The memory came out in a long, slow thread. Sirius sealed it. Ron and Hermione signed it. The vial joined the others in the case. Harry opened his eyes and found that his hands were shaking. Not dramatically, a fine tremor, barely visible unless you were looking for it. He pressed them flat against his thighs and breathed. "Next," he said. "Harry." Sirius's voice was rough. "We can take a break." Next. They did 4 more before lunch. Age 7, the time Harry burned the bacon and Uncle Vernon grabbed him by the back of the neck and held his hand over the hot stove, close enough to feel the heat but not quite touching, and told him that this was what happened to boys who ruined breakfast. The threat had been worse than an actual burn would have been, because the anticipation of pain was its own kind of torture, and Vernon had held him there for what felt like hours, though it was probably minutes, grinning the whole time. Age 8, the systematic destruction of every possession Harry had ever been given or found. Dudley's cast-offs were Harry's only belongings, and even those could be reclaimed at any time, for any reason. The day Harry brought home a drawing from school, a clumsy painting of a house with a garden and a family, the kind of drawing every 8-year-old makes, Aunt Petunia had looked at it, looked at the stick-figure family Harry had drawn, 2 parents, a child, a dog, the family he wanted, not the one he had, and torn it in half. You don't have a family, she'd said. Don't pretend. Age 9, Dudley's gang. Harry hunting, they called it, Dudley and his friends chasing Harry through the neighborhood, and if they caught him, they beat him. Not with the precision of malice but with the sloppy enthusiasm of children who'd been taught, by example and approval, that Harry was an acceptable target. The teachers knew. They saw the bruises, heard the taunts, watched Dudley's gang corner Harry in the playground. They did nothing, because Vernon and Petunia had gotten there first, had told them all that Harry was a troubled child, a liar, a delinquent, and wasn't it just so difficult for them, taking in their dead sister's problem child out of the goodness of their hearts. Age 10, the morning Harry woke up and realized that in a few months he'd be going to Stonewall High with Dudley and the gang, and that this, all of this, was never going to end. He'd sat in his cupboard that morning and felt something close and inside him, like a door shutting. He'd stopped hoping. Not dramatically, not with tears or despair. He just quietly accepted that this was his life and that nobody was coming to save him. And then the letter had arrived, and everything had changed, except it hadn't, because even Hogwarts sent him back to the cupboard every summer. By the time Sirius called a halt for lunch, they had 11 vials in the case. Hermione's case notes ran to 14 feet of parchment. Ron had gone through the entire box of tissues and was now using his sleeve, which Hermione would normally have scolded him for but didn't. Harry felt hollowed. The repeated immersions in his worst memories had left him with a strange dissociative clarity, like he was looking at the world through a window. Everything was sharp and detailed but oddly distant. He recognized this feeling. It was how he'd survived the Dursleys in the first place, this ability to step outside himself and observe his own suffering from a safe remove. The difference was that this time, the distance was temporary. This time, he was choosing to come back. They ate in Sirius's room, sandwiches that Hermione had fetched from the kitchen, inventing a cover story about studying for OWLS that Mrs. Weasley had accepted without question. Harry ate mechanically. The food tasted like nothing, but he ate it because his body needed fuel and he had more extractions to do. Ron sat beside him on the bed, shoulder to shoulder, and didn't say anything for a long time. Then, the stove. When he held your hand over the stove. Yeah. I'm going to kill him. Harry looked at his best friend. Ron's face was blotchy and his eyes were swollen, but his jaw was set and he wasn't joking. It wasn't the casual, I'm going to kill him, of everyday frustration, it was a statement of intent delivered with the quiet conviction of someone who has seen something unforgivable and decided on a response. You're not going to kill him, Harry said. We're going to do something worse. We're going to make the whole world watch. Ron held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. Yeah. All right. That's worse. Hermione was at the desk, reviewing the vials. She picked one up, held it to the light, and watched the silver mist swirl inside. Harry, I've been thinking about the legal strategy. Of course you have. The memories are devastating on their own. But if we're going to get the ICW to take action, real action, not just a reprimand, we need to establish that this wasn't just a failure of the Dursleys. It was a failure of the entire system. The Dursleys are Muggles, the ICW has limited jurisdiction over them. But the wizarding adults who knew and failed to intervene. That's where the case has real teeth. Sirius leaned forward. She's right. The Dursleys can be dealt with through Muggle authorities if necessary, the ICW can coordinate with Muggle governments in cases involving magical children. But the real target is the wizarding infrastructure that enabled the abuse. Dumbledore's decision to place Harry there. The Ministry's failure to conduct welfare checks. Hogwarts' failure to report. Those are all violations of ICW standards for the treatment of magical children. Dumbledore will argue the blood wards, Harry said. He always argues the blood wards. Let him. Hermione set the vial down. I've been reading about blood ward protections, and there are serious questions about whether the specific type Dumbledore claims to have established actually requires the subject to live with blood relatives. Several academic papers suggest that blood proximity wards only require periodic contact, not full-time residence. And even if full-time residence were required, no protection ward justifies subjecting a child to abuse. That's not a legal gray area, the ICW Charter is explicit. Article 31, Section 2, no claim of magical protection, blood-based or otherwise, shall be deemed sufficient justification for the continued placement of a magical child in an environment where said child is subjected to abuse, neglect, or conditions detrimental to their physical or psychological well-being. She memorized it, Ron said to Harry. She memorized the whole bloody charter. Only the relevant sections, Hermione said primly. Which is all of them. Despite everything, Harry felt a smile tug at the corner of his mouth. This was why they were his people. Ron, who processed grief through loyalty and anger and the unshakable conviction that his friends deserved better. Hermione, who turned pain into precision and wielded legal codes like weapons. Sirius, who carried his own guilt like a stone in his pocket but never let it slow him down when Harry needed him. "There's something else," Harry said. "Something I haven't told you." The room went quiet. When I came back from the graveyard, after the third task, Dumbledore took me to his office. He told me about the blood wards. He told me I had to go back to the Dursleys for the protection to hold. And he paused. I told him. Not everything, but I told him it was bad there. I said I didn't want to go back. I said I'd rather take my chances with Voldemort than spend another summer at Privet Drive. Hermione's hand went to her mouth. And he said, I remember the exact words, because I've replayed them in my head 100 times, he said, I know it's difficult, Harry. But the protection your mother's sacrifice provides is irreplaceable. Sometimes we must endure hardship for the greater good. And then he gave me a lemon drop and sent me back to the Dursleys. Sirius's chair scraped back from the desk. He stood, walked to the window, and pressed his forehead against the glass. His shoulders were tight, his hands clenched at his sides. I want that memory too, Harry said. Dumbledore, in his office, telling me to go back. I want the ICW to hear the headmaster of Hogwarts tell a 14-year-old who just watched a classmate get murdered that he has to go back to his abusers for the greater good. That's your strongest piece of evidence, Hermione said softly. It proves knowledge and intent. He knew, and he made a deliberate decision. He made it every year, Harry said. Every September, I showed up underweight and quiet, and every June, he sent me back. That's not a one-time lapse. That's a policy. Sirius turned from the window. His face was composed, but Harry could see the storm behind his eyes. We extract that memory today. And we add something else. He crossed to the desk and pulled a parchment from the stack. While you lot were eating, I drafted a list of corroborating evidence we should try to obtain. Madame Pomfrey's medical records showing annual malnutrition. The original Hogwarts letter addressed to the cupboard. Records of any welfare checks, or lack thereof, conducted by the ministry. Testimony from Arthur and Molly Weasley regarding the bars on Harry's window. Testimony from Dobby, if we can find him, regarding the circumstances of second year. Dobby works at Hogwarts now, Harry said. Even better. He's on the premises. Sirius tapped the parchment with his wand, and copies flew to Ron and Hermione. Hermione, I want you to draft the formal petition. Use the template from Arcturus's files, but adapt it for Harry's case. Ron, I'll write to Fred and George. And Mum and Dad. Ron's voice was steady. They'll help. They'll all help. Don't put details in the letters, Sirius cautioned. Not yet. We can't risk interception. Just tell them we need to talk. In person, somewhere secure. Harry watched them work. The hollowed-out feeling was receding, replaced by something warmer and more alive. This was real. This was happening. Not in some distant future, not as a vague fantasy of justice, now, today, with these people, in this room. Sirius, he said. Aurélie de Rosier. Have you contacted her? Sent an owl this morning. International post, routed through a private courier service so the ministry can't intercept it. She should receive it by tomorrow evening. What did you tell her? The basics. That I need her expertise on an Article 31 case, that the subject is a minor, that the respondents include both Muggles and senior members of the British magical establishment. He paused. I also told her the minor's name is Harry Potter. And you think that'll motivate her? Sirius smiled, a sharp, wolfish thing that reminded Harry that his godfather had once been the cleverest student in his year and the most dangerous member of his family. Harry, when Aurélie de Rosier learns that Albus Dumbledore left the most famous child in the wizarding world in an abusive household for 14 years, she won't just take the case. She'll clear her calendar, cancel her retirement, and personally march into the ICW General Assembly Hall with a stack of evidence and a thirst for blood. Trust me. I know Aurélie. The afternoon extractions were the hardest yet. Harry gave them Vernon. Not the shouting Vernon, not the blustering, purple-faced caricature that Harry sometimes described to his friends because it was easier to make Vernon seem ridiculous than to make him seem frightening. The real Vernon. The one who came out at night, when Petunia was asleep and Dudley was in bed, when the house was quiet and there was no audience for the performance of normal family life. The memory was from age 9. Harry had accidentally broken a plate, genuinely accidentally, no magic involved, just a child's clumsy hands and a wet dish. The plate had shattered on the kitchen floor, and the sound had brought Vernon from the living room at a speed that a man his size should not have been capable of. The hitting wasn't the worst part. Harry had learned to survive hitting, to curl up small, to protect his head, to go somewhere else in his mind until it was over. The worst part was what came after, when Vernon leaned down and whispered to him. Not shouting, the shouting was for show, for the daytime performances. The whispers were personal. You're nothing. You hear me? Nothing. Your parents were freaks who got themselves killed because they were too stupid to live, and they left you with us because nobody else wanted you. Nobody will ever want you. You think anyone at that school of yours gives a damn about you? You're a meal ticket to them, boy. A name. The second you're not useful, they'll throw you away, just like your mum and dad threw you away. Harry extracted the memory with his eyes open, staring at a point on the wall above Sirius's head, because if he closed his eyes he'd be back in that kitchen and he wasn't sure he could come back out. The silver thread pulled free, and Sirius sealed it, and the golden pulse of authentication washed over it. Nobody spoke for a long time. It was Ron who broke the silence, and he did it by standing up, walking to the door, stepping into the hallway, and punching the wall so hard that the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black woke up and started screaming about vandalism and the debasement of noble houses. Ron punched the wall again, and Phineas fled to another frame, and Ron came back into the room with bleeding knuckles and sat down. Hermione pointed her wand at his hand without a word. Episky. The skin knitted back together. She squeezed his fingers once and let go. That man, Ron said, very quietly, said those things to a child. Yes, Harry said. And Dumbledore knew. Not that specific incident. But he knew it was bad. He chose to keep me there. Ron looked at Sirius. When this goes to the ICW, I want to be there. In the room. I want to watch Dumbledore's face when they play that memory. Sirius nodded. You'll be there. You're a witness and a signatory on the evidence. You have every right to attend the hearing. They extracted 3 more memories before Harry's capacity ran out. The last one, the night Aunt Marge had visited and spent an entire dinner telling Harry what worthless drunks his parents had been while Vernon nodded and Petunia smirked, and Harry had sat there in silence because any response would have earned him a week in the cupboard, left him shaking so badly that Sirius stopped the session and physically placed himself between Harry and the Pensieve. That's enough for today. I can do more, that's enough. Sirius's voice left no room for argument. You've given us 14 memories in 2 days. That's more than enough for the initial filing. We can add more later if the tribunal requests them, but the core evidence package is solid. Hermione consulted her notes. Agreed. 14 authenticated memories covering ages 4 through 14, documenting physical abuse, emotional abuse, neglect, malnutrition, unlawful confinement, and psychological cruelty. Combined with the corroborating evidence we're assembling, the medical records, the Hogwarts letter, the witness testimony, this is a staggeringly strong case. The strongest the ICW will have seen in decades, I'd wager, Sirius said. Arcturus would have been proud. He built the framework, and his great-grandgodson is going to use it. Harry leaned back in his chair. Exhaustion was pressing down on him like a physical weight, not just tiredness but the specific, bone-deep depletion that came from sustained emotional excavation. He'd spent 2 days digging through the worst moments of his life, and the effort had cost him something. But as he looked at the wooden case on the desk, now holding 14 crystal vials of silver mist, each one labeled and sealed and authenticated, he felt the cost was worth it. Those vials were proof. Incontrovertible, magically verified proof that Harry James Potter had been abused, systematically and deliberately, for 13 years. And soon, the entire international wizarding community was going to see it. I need air, Harry said, and stood, and walked out of the room before anyone could stop him. He found himself on the roof. Grimmauld Place had a flat section of roof accessible through a trapdoor in the attic, and Harry had discovered it on his 3rd day in the house, during one of his insomniac wanderings. It was the only place in the building where you could see the sky. The concealment charms that hid the house from muggles extended up here. From the street, the rooftop was invisible, so Harry could stand in the open air without worrying about being seen. London sprawled beneath him, a jumble of rooftops and chimneys and distant lights. The sky was the color of a bruise, purple and orange, the sun setting somewhere behind the city's haze. A breeze moved through his hair, carrying the smell of exhaust and rain and the indefinable scent of millions of people living their lives in close proximity. He stood at the edge and breathed. The door of the trapdoor opened behind him, and footsteps crossed the roof. Not Sirius, too light. Not Ron, too quiet. Hermione settled beside him at the edge, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. You don't have to check on me, Harry said. I'm not checking on you. I wanted air too. She looked out at the city. Although if I were checking on you, you'd have to admit it would be justified. He almost laughed. Fair. They stood in silence for a while. The breeze picked up, and Hermione shivered. She was wearing a thin jumper, insufficient for the rooftop, but she didn't suggest going inside. The memory with Vernon, she said eventually. The things he said to you. About your parents. About being thrown away. I know they're not true. I've known for years. Knowing something is not true and not being affected by it are different things. She paused, choosing her words. Harry, I've read about the psychological effects of prolonged childhood abuse. The things Vernon said to you, those messages get internalized. They become part of your self-concept, even when your rational mind knows they're lies. And when those messages come from the people who are supposed to care for you, they carry a weight that, Hermione. She stopped. I know. I know all of that. And you're right, there's a part of me that still hears Vernon's voice sometimes. When things go wrong, when people get hurt because of me, there's a voice that says, you're nothing, you're a burden, nobody really wants you around. I know that voice is Vernon's. I know it's a lie. But it's loud, and it's been there for as long as I can remember. Hermione turned to look at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed but steady. That's why I'm doing this, he said. Not just for justice, or accountability, or to punish the people who failed me. I'm doing it because I need to stand up, in front of the whole world, and say, this happened to me, and it was wrong, and I deserved better. I need to hear myself say it. Because maybe if I say it enough times, in a room full of people who believe me, that voice will finally shut up." Hermione didn't say anything for a long moment. Then she reached over and took his hand. Not romantically, there was nothing romantic about it. It was a gesture of solidarity, of presence, of a 17-year friendship compressed into the pressure of her fingers around his. "You deserved better," she said. "You deserve better now. And we're going to make sure the world knows it." Harry squeezed her hand back. They stood on the roof and watched London darken, and neither of them spoke again for a long time, and neither of them needed to. Day 3 brought a surprise. Harry came down to breakfast to find the kitchen occupied by more people than usual. Mrs. Weasley was at the stove, which was normal. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were at the table, which was normal. Fred and George were hovering near the door, which was unusual only in that they were being quiet about it. And sitting at the head of the table, eating toast with an expression of mild discomfort, was Remus Lupin. "Professor," Harry said, stopping in the doorway. "Just Remus, please. I haven't been your professor for 2 years." Lupin set down his toast and looked at Harry with an expression that was carefully neutral. "Too carefully. Sirius called me. He said you needed to talk." Harry shot a glance at Sirius, who was leaning against the counter with his arms crossed and a "trust me" look on his face. Harry trusted Sirius, but he hadn't planned on expanding the circle this quickly. "Not here," Sirius said. "Upstairs. After breakfast." The meal was tense. Mrs. Weasley kept glancing between Harry and Sirius with the worried intuition of a mother who knows something is happening but hasn't figured out what yet. Fred and George, who had clearly been briefed by Ron to some degree, were uncharacteristically subdued. Ginny watched everything with sharp eyes and said nothing. After breakfast, Harry, Sirius, Remus, Ron, and Hermione went upstairs. Sirius locked the door and cast a silencing charm that made the air hum. "Show him," Harry said. Sirius opened the case of memory vials. Remus looked at them, then at the Pensieve, then at Harry. "What am I about to see?" he asked quietly. "The truth," Harry said. "About the Dursleys. About where I grew up. About what Dumbledore knew." Remus's face didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. He sat down slowly. "Harry, I knew things weren't good at your aunt's house. Sirius told me about the bars on the window, and I saw, when I was your teacher, I noticed you were thin, I noticed you flinched at sudden movements, I noticed," he stopped. Pressed his hand over his eyes. "I noticed, and I didn't do anything. I told myself it wasn't my place, that Dumbledore had his reasons, that the blood wards, you can apologize later," Harry said, and it came out harsher than he intended, but he didn't take it back. "Right now, I need you to watch." Sirius poured the first memory into the Pensieve, the cupboard, age 4, and Remus leaned forward into the swirling silver. He was in there for 3 minutes. When he came out, his face was gray. "Show me the next one." They showed him all 14. It took over an hour, because Remus watched each memory in its entirety, and some of them were long. Harry sat in his chair and waited, watching Remus's face as he surfaced from each memory. Gray became white. White became something beyond color, a blankness that Harry recognized as the face of a person whose understanding of reality has just been fundamentally altered. When the last memory ended, Dumbledore's office, the lemon drops, the greater good, Remus pulled out of the Pensieve and sat motionless for a very long time. Then he stood up, crossed to the waste bin beside the desk, and was violently sick. Nobody moved. Remus straightened, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and turned to face Harry. His eyes were red, but he wasn't crying. He was shaking, a full-body tremor, like a man standing in a freezing wind, but he wasn't crying. "I failed you," he said. His voice was raw. "I was your parents' friend, I was your teacher, and I failed you. I told myself I couldn't interfere, that I was a werewolf and had no standing, that Dumbledore knew best, I told myself every excuse I needed to hear so I could sleep at night, and the entire time, you were," he gestured at the Pensieve, unable to finish. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm so sorry." "I know." And Harry meant it. He could see the sincerity of Remus's remorse as clearly as he could see the man's face. But sincerity didn't change the past, and sorry didn't undo 13 years of cupboards and cruelty. "I didn't bring you here for an apology, Remus. I brought you here because I need your help." Remus straightened. The shaking didn't stop, but he squared his shoulders, and Harry saw the professor resurface, the man who had faced down boggarts and dark creatures and his own monthly transformations with quiet competence. "Tell me what you need." "The ICW hearing will require testimony from people who knew Harry's situation and can speak to the failures of the adults responsible," Hermione said, stepping forward with her parchments. "As Harry's former teacher and a close friend of his parents, your testimony carries significant weight. You can speak to what you observed, what you suspected, and, critically, what Dumbledore told you about Harry's placement." "Dumbledore told me the blood wards were essential," Remus said. "He said Harry was safe with the Dursleys. He said," his jaw tightened. "He said there were protections in place, monitoring charms, that he'd know if anything went seriously wrong. He told me Harry was well cared for." "He lied," Sirius said flatly. "Yes. He lied. Or he knew and chose to define seriously wrong, in a way that excluded everything that was actually happening." Remus looked at the Pensieve again. "There were no monitoring charms, were there?" "If there were," Harry said, "they either didn't work or he ignored them." Remus nodded slowly. "I'll testify. Whatever you need. Written statement, in-person testimony, under veritaserum if they'll allow it. I'll stand in front of the entire International Confederation and tell them that Albus Dumbledore assured me, personally, repeatedly, for years, that Harry Potter was safe. And I'll tell them I was a fool for believing him." "You weren't a fool," Harry said, and was surprised to find that he meant it. "He's Albus Dumbledore. The greatest wizard of the age, the man who defeated Grindelwald, the leader everyone trusts. Of course you believed him. Everyone believes him. That's the problem, his reputation is so enormous that nobody questions him, and he uses that to do whatever he wants without accountability." "Not anymore," Hermione said quietly. "No," Harry agreed. "Not anymore." Remus threw himself into the effort with the focused intensity of a man trying to atone. By mid-afternoon, he'd drafted a detailed written statement covering every interaction he'd had with Dumbledore regarding Harry's welfare, dating back to 1981. The statement was devastating, a 15-year record of assurances and lies, of a trusted leader systematically misleading the people closest to Harry to ensure that nobody questioned the placement. He also contributed something Harry hadn't expected, memories of his own. "I visited Privet Drive once," Remus said. They were in Sirius's room again, the afternoon light slanting through the grimy window. "In 1986. You were 6. I didn't make contact, Dumbledore had told me not to, said any interaction with the wizarding world would complicate the blood wards. But I walked past the house, and he paused. I saw you in the front garden. You were weeding. It was July, it was hot, and you were weeding the garden in clothes 3 sizes too big for you. You were so small, Harry. So thin. And while I stood there watching, your aunt came out and screamed at you for missing a spot, and you flinched so hard you fell over, and she didn't help you up. She went back inside and left you in the dirt. The room was very still. I went home and wrote to Dumbledore. I told him what I'd seen. I said I was concerned. He wrote back and said he appreciated my vigilance, but that the situation was under control and that Petunia's manner was brusque but not harmful. Remus's voice was carefully flat. He used those words. Brusque but not harmful. Do you still have the letter? Hermione asked, her quill already poised. I keep every letter I've ever received. Werewolf habit, you learn to document everything because nobody takes your word for anything. He looked at Harry. I can produce Dumbledore's written response to my concerns. His own words, in his own handwriting, dismissing evidence of abuse. Hermione's quill was moving so fast it was almost a blur. That's a smoking wand. That's direct documentary evidence that Dumbledore was informed of concerning conditions and chose not to act. Combined with the Pensieve memories, the medical records, and the testimony, she looked up, and her expression was fierce. They can't bury this. They literally cannot bury this. There's something else, Sirius said. He'd been quiet for the last hour, going through more of Arcturus's files, and now he held up a parchment with a look of grim satisfaction. I found records of the Wisengamot session that approved Harry's placement with the Dursleys. November 1981. The motion was introduced by Dumbledore and approved unanimously. No debate, no discussion of alternative placements, no welfare assessment. Just a rubber stamp. Who voted? Harry asked. Everyone. It was a full session, 47 members. They all voted yes. Sirius scanned the list. Dumbledore, fudge, he was a junior member then, Lucius Malfoy, Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones. The entire body. Not one of them asked where the child would sleep or who would check on him. Because they trusted Dumbledore, Remus said bitterly. Because they didn't care, Harry corrected. I was a symbol to them. The boy who lived. The toddler who defeated Voldemort. They wanted to celebrate me, not raise me. Raising me was someone else's problem. The bitterness in his own voice surprised him. He'd thought he was past the anger stage, thought the decision to take action had transformed his rage into something more productive. But it was still there, underneath the strategy and the legal frameworks and the careful extraction protocols. It was still there, and it burned. Use it, Sirius said, reading his expression. Don't swallow it, don't manage it. When you stand in front of the ICW and they ask you why you're there, let them see it. The anger of a child who was failed by everyone who was supposed to protect him. That's your most powerful argument. That evening, two things happened. The first was that Sirius received a response from Aurélie de Rosier. The owl arrived at dusk, a sleek grey bird that looked like it had been bred for speed, and carried a single sheet of parchment sealed with blue wax. Sirius read it, and his face split into a grin that made him look 20 years younger. She's in, he said. She's in Geneva already, she keeps an apartment there, near the ICW headquarters. She says, and I quote, I have waited 20 years for someone to give me a legitimate reason to dismantle Albus Dumbledore's carefully constructed mythology. Tell your godson I am at his service. She wants to meet us as soon as possible to review the evidence and file the petition. How soon? Harry asked. She suggests day after tomorrow. That gives us one more day to finalize the evidence package and arrange travel. Day after tomorrow. Harry felt a thrill run through him, not excitement exactly, but the charged, electric feeling of a plan accelerating toward execution. That's fast. It needs to be fast. Every day we wait is a day Dumbledore might find out what we're doing. Sirius folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. I'll arrange the Muggle travel tonight. Flights, documents, everything. The second thing that happened was that Ginny Weasley knocked on Sirius's bedroom door and, when nobody answered quickly enough, opened it herself. She stood in the doorway and took in the scene, the Pensieve on the desk, the case of crystal vials, the parchments scattered across every surface, Remus's tear-streaked face, Hermione's mountain of legal notes. Her eyes moved across all of it with the quick, assessing intelligence that Harry sometimes forgot she possessed, because Ginny was quiet and he was oblivious and those were a bad combination. Ron told me, she said. Ron went scarlet. I didn't, I just said we were working on something important. You said, something important, and then went to the toilet and cried for 15 minutes. I'm not stupid, Ron. She stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. Her eyes found Harry's. He didn't tell me details. But I figured enough out. You're going after them. The Dursleys, and whoever let it happen. Harry nodded. Good. She said it simply, with no dramatics, no tears, no speeches. Just a flat, declarative endorsement. What do you need? We need people who can keep a secret, Sirius said. I can keep a secret. You also need someone who can keep Ron calm during the hearing, Hermione added, because I'll be managing the legal strategy and I can't do both. I can do that too. Ginny crossed the room, looked at the case of vials, and picked one up. She held it to the light, watching the silver mist turn inside the glass. Her expression didn't change, but her grip on the vial tightened until her knuckles went white. How bad is it? Bad, Harry said. Worse than what I'm imagining. Probably. She set the vial down carefully. Then I'm coming to Geneva. Harry looked at Sirius, who shrugged. One more Muggle plane ticket. Not a problem. Then welcome to the team, Harry said. We leave day after tomorrow. Ginny nodded, turned, and walked to the door. She paused with her hand on the handle. Harry. Yeah. You're the bravest person I know. And not because of Voldemort or dragons or any of that. Because of this. She gestured at the room, the Pensieve, the vials, the evidence of a boy who'd decided to stop being silent. This is harder than all of it. She left before he could respond, which was probably for the best, because he didn't have words for what he was feeling. The final day of preparation was a controlled frenzy. Hermione finished the formal petition, 12 feet of parchment, citing every relevant article and section of the ICW Charter, summarizing the evidence, listing the respondents, Vernon and Petunia Dursley, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the British Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Child Services, and the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and requesting an emergency tribunal hearing under Article 31, Section 9. Sirius extracted 4 more memories from Harry, bringing the total to 18. These last 4 covered Harry's Hogwarts years, the systematic return to the Dursleys each summer, the specific conversations with Dumbledore about the Blood Wards, the year Dobby had intercepted his mail and the Dursleys had installed bars and locks, and the summer after 3rd year when Sirius had offered Harry a home and Dumbledore had overridden the offer. That one's important, Hermione said, marking the vial. It shows that an alternative placement was available, a willing guardian who was also a blood relation to Harry through the Black family's connection to the Potters, and that Dumbledore actively blocked it. I wasn't exactly a free man at that point, Sirius said dryly. Escaped convict, remember? Dumbledore knew you were innocent. He had Pettigrew's confession, Harry and I both heard it. He could have used his influence to get you a trial, cleared your name, and approved the transfer of guardianship. He chose not to. Hermione's voice was clipped, precise, merciless. That's another deliberate decision. Another data point in the pattern. Remus contributed his own memories, the visit to Privet Drive, the correspondence with Dumbledore, a conversation at Hogwarts in 1993 where Dumbledore had explicitly told him not to ask Harry about his home life because it would open wounds better left closed. Each memory was extracted, authenticated, and sealed. Ron and Hermione signed every vial. The evidence case now held 22 memories in total, 18 from Harry, 4 from Remus, plus Remus's written statement, the Wisingamot records from 1981, Arcturus Black's legal framework documents, and Dumbledore's letter dismissing Remus's concerns. Hermione had organized everything into a leather portfolio with a table of contents and cross-referenced index, because she was Hermione. Sirius arranged the Muggle travel with impressive efficiency for a man who'd spent 12 years in prison and the last 2 as a dog. He transfigured passports for himself, a surprisingly convincing document identifying him as Stephen Blake, Remus, Rupert Lane, Ron, Robert Wells, and Ginny, Virginia Wells, Ron's sister, according to the passport, which at least had the virtue of being true. Harry and Hermione had real passports. Sirius booked 6 seats on a morning flight from Heathrow to Geneva, paid for with Muggle money he'd withdrawn from a Gringotts to Muggle currency exchange that most wizards didn't know existed. Galleons convert to pounds at roughly 5 to 1, he told Harry, counting out bills. One of the few useful things my family's wealth is good for. You realize, Hermione said, watching him stuff wads of cash into a Muggle wallet with the awkwardness of a man who'd never used one, that if anyone at the Order finds out we've left the country, there will be consequences. Molly will kill us, Ron translated. Molly will try, Sirius corrected. But by the time she finds out, we'll already be in front of the ICW, and there won't be anything she or anyone else can do to stop it. Harry looked at the case of memory vials, the stack of legal documents, the forged passports, and the 5 people who were about to help him take on the most powerful wizard in Britain and the entire British Ministry of Magic using nothing but the truth and an obscure provision of international law. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, they agreed. And the plan was set. That night, Harry did something he'd been putting off. He went to the drawing room alone, sat in front of the fireplace, and wrote a letter. Not to the ICW, not to Aurélie de Rosier, not to anyone involved in the case. He wrote a letter to Dumbledore. Not to send. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But he needed to put the words on parchment, to see them written out in his own handwriting, to make them real in the way that only written words could be. Professor Dumbledore, you left me on a doorstep in November when I was 15 months old. You left a letter with people you knew hated magic, hated my parents, hated everything about what I am. You didn't check on me. You didn't send anyone to check on me. You knew, what that house was, and you left me there for 10 years. When I came to Hogwarts, you saw what they'd done to me. You saw the malnutrition, the flinching, the silence. Madame Pomfrey put me on nutrition potions every September because your safe place was starving me. And every June, you sent me back. You had choices. Every year, you had choices. You could have placed me with a wizarding family. You could have investigated the Dursleys. You could have listened when I told you I didn't want to go back. You could have done the bare minimum of what any responsible adult would do for a child in their care. You chose the blood wards. Every time, you chose the wards. You decided that the magical protection on the house was worth more than the child inside it. You weighed my safety against my suffering and you decided the suffering was an acceptable cost. I am not writing this to change your mind. I don't think you can be changed. I think you genuinely believe that everything you did was justified, that the greater good required a boy in a cupboard, that the war against Voldemort demanded a weapon tempered in misery. Maybe you're even right. Maybe I am stronger because of what I survived. But that doesn't make what you did acceptable, and it doesn't mean I have to forgive you for it. I am going to the International Confederation of Wizards. I am going to show them everything. The cupboard, the starvation, the bars, the beatings, the words that Vernon whispered to me in the dark. And I am going to show them that you knew. Your letters, your decisions, your brusque but not harmful. All of it. This is not revenge. This is accountability. There is a difference, and I think you're smart enough to know it. Harry read it over twice, then folded it and put it in his pocket. He didn't know if he'd ever send it. The letter wasn't really for Dumbledore, it was for him. It was the articulation of something that had been building in his chest for years, finally given shape and weight and words. He stood, stretched, and looked around the dark drawing room. The cabinet growled at him. The tapestry of the Black family tree glittered in the firelight, with its burns where the unworthy members had been blasted off, Sirius's name a scorched hole in the fabric. Outcasts, both of them. The black sheep and the boy in the cupboard. And tomorrow, they were going to Geneva to burn the whole rotten system down. Harry smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of a person who has been underestimated for the last time. He went upstairs, packed his bag, and went to bed. Tomorrow, everything changed. Chapter 3, Geneva. The airplane terrified Ron. Not the flying itself. Ron had grown up on broomsticks and had once driven a Ford Anglia into a tree at considerable speed, so the actual sensation of being airborne was familiar enough. What terrified him was the mundanity of it. The plastic seats, the recycled air, the cheerful flight attendant who offered him orange juice in a tiny cup like they weren't hurtling through the atmosphere in a metal tube held aloft by nothing more than physics and human arrogance. "There's no magic," he whispered to Harry, gripping the armrest so hard his knuckles were white. "There's no magic holding this thing up. It's just going. That's how planes work, Ron. That's mental. That's absolutely mental. Muggles are insane. You drove a flying car into the Whomping Willow. That had enchantments. This has, what did Hermione call it? Aerodynamics. Right. That. I don't trust it." Harry would have laughed if the stakes of the day hadn't been pressing down on him like a stone on his chest. He was in the window seat, watching England shrink beneath them, fields and roads and rivers becoming a patchwork quilt, then becoming nothing as the clouds swallowed them. Somewhere down there, Grimmauld Place sat in its row of identical houses, and the Order of the Phoenix was waking up to find 6 of its members missing. They'd left at dawn. Sirius had arranged a Muggle taxi, a black cab, he'd told Ron, who'd been fascinated and then disappointed that it was neither black in color, it was dark blue, nor a cab in any magical sense. The drive to Heathrow had taken 40 minutes, during which Ginny had stared out the window at Muggle London with quiet fascination. Remus had read a Muggle newspaper with the focused intensity of a man trying not to think about what he was about to do, and Hermione had reviewed her legal notes for the 14th time. The passports worked. Sirius's transfiguration was impeccable, the border agent had stamped Stephen Blake through without a second glance, and the rest of them had followed in a shuffling line of nervous wizards trying to look like they belonged in an airport. Hermione had coached them on the basics: how to go through security, don't take out your wands, how to find the gate, follow the signs, they're in English, how to board, just walk down the tunnel, it's not complicated. Ron had set off the metal detector because of the bronze clasp on his cloak. He'd transfigured it into a Muggle jacket, but the clasp remained stubbornly metallic, and had to be patted down by a security officer while Ginny watched and silently shook with laughter. Now they were in the air, 2 hours from Geneva, and Harry was trying to focus on the plan instead of the rolling anxiety in his gut. The evidence case sat in the overhead compartment above his head, shrunken to the size of a matchbox and tucked inside a Muggle briefcase that Hermione had bought at a shop in the terminal. 22 memory vials, a 12-foot petition, Remus's written testimony, Dumbledore's damning letter, and the Wisengamot records of 1981. Everything they needed, packed into a space smaller than Harry's fist. Hermione leaned across the aisle from where she sat beside Ginny. "We land at 11 local time. Aurelie is meeting us at the airport. From there, it's a 20-minute drive to the ICW headquarters. If we file the petition before 3 o'clock, the Office of Magical Child Welfare is required to acknowledge receipt within 24 hours and schedule a preliminary review within 72. And once the petition is filed, it can't be withdrawn by anyone except the petitioner," Sirius added from the row behind. He'd been remarkably calm all morning, calmer than Harry had ever seen him, actually, with none of the manic energy that usually characterized his moods. This was a different Sirius. Focused. Sharp. The Sirius who had been top of his year at Hogwarts before Azkaban had tried to grind him into dust. "What if Dumbledore finds out before we file?" Ron asked, still clutching his armrest. "He won't," Sirius said. "Nobody at the Order knows where we've gone. I left a note saying I'd taken Harry for a day trip to clear his head. Molly will fuss, but she won't panic until we've been gone overnight. By then, the petition will be filed and it'll be too late. And if he finds out after we file? Then he finds out. That's rather the point." Sirius's smile was thin and sharp. The beauty of the ICW framework is that once a petition is officially received, any attempt to interfere with it is a violation of international law. Dumbledore can bluster all he wants, but he can't make the petition disappear without committing a crime in front of 147 member nations. Harry turned from the window. What about Voldemort? The name still had its effect. Ron twitched, Ginny's eyes hardened, and even Remus looked up from his newspaper. Only Sirius and Hermione didn't flinch, though for different reasons, Sirius because he'd never feared the name, and Hermione because she trained herself out of the reaction through sheer stubbornness. What about him? Sirius asked. He's out there. He's back, even if the Ministry won't admit it. Dumbledore's main argument for keeping me at the Dursleys has always been protection, from Voldemort specifically. When this goes public, Dumbledore will argue that removing me from the Blood Wards puts me in danger. And he won't be entirely wrong. Hermione was already nodding. I've accounted for that in the petition. Section 4 addresses alternative protection arrangements. We're not asking the ICW to leave you unprotected, we're asking them to find you a placement that provides adequate protection without the abuse. The ICW has resources that the British Ministry doesn't: international safe houses, protection details, ward specialists from dozens of countries. Dumbledore isn't the only person in the world who can cast a protection ward. He likes to think he is, Remus said quietly, folding his newspaper. That's been the core of his strategy from the beginning. He's positioned himself as the only person who can protect Harry, which makes him indispensable, which makes him unquestionable. Remove that monopoly, and his entire justification collapses. Which is exactly what he's afraid of, Sirius said. Harry looked at each of them in turn. Ron, who'd stopped gripping his armrest and was listening with the focused intensity he usually reserved for chess. Hermione, whose legal notes were so thorough they could have passed for a published treatise. Ginny, quiet and watchful and steady. Remus, carrying his guilt like fuel. Sirius, finally looking like a man with something to fight for. We can do this, Harry said. It wasn't a question. He wasn't asking for reassurance. He was stating a fact, the way you'd state that water is wet or the sky is blue, because looking at these people and what they'd built in 4 days, he didn't have room for doubt. We can do this, Hermione confirmed, and closed her notes. Geneva was beautiful and Harry barely noticed. The airport was small and efficient, nothing like the sprawling chaos of Heathrow. They collected their bags, one each, lightly packed, because they'd planned for 2 days maximum, and walked through the arrivals gate into a terminal flooded with alpine sunlight. A woman was waiting for them. She was tall, nearly as tall as Sirius, with silver hair cut short and close to her skull, brown skin weathered by decades of sun, and eyes so dark they were almost black. She wore a muggle suit of charcoal gray, impeccably tailored, with a thin gold chain at her throat that Harry suspected was more than decorative. She carried no bag, no briefcase, no visible accessories. She looked like a woman who didn't need to carry anything because the world arranged itself around her. Sirius Black, she said, and her voice was exactly what Harry had imagined, low, precise, accented with French that she made no effort to soften. You look terrible. Aurélie. Sirius kissed both her cheeks in the French manner. You look magnificent. I know. She turned to Harry, and her dark eyes assessed him with a directness that was startling. Not hostile, not cold, just thorough. The look of someone who was evaluating a situation and had no patience for pleasantries. Harry Potter. You're smaller than the newspapers suggest. The newspapers have never been particularly accurate about me. Something shifted in her expression, not a smile, exactly, but an acknowledgement. A recognition. No. I imagine they haven't been. She extended her hand, and Harry shook it. Her grip was firm and dry. I am Aurélie de Rosier. I spent 23 years at the International Confederation of Wizards, 12 of those as senior counsel in the Office of Magical Child Welfare. I have argued before the ICW General Assembly 17 times and have never lost a case. I tell you this not to boast but so you understand that when I say we will win, it is not optimism. It is professional assessment. Harry believed her. There was something about Aurélie de Rosier that made disbelief feel foolish. She projected competence the way a furnace projected heat, effortlessly and in all directions. "The evidence?" she asked Sirius. He produced the shrunken briefcase from his jacket pocket and returned it to full size with a tap of his wand, shielded from Muggle view by Hermione's quick casting of a notice-me-not charm. Aurélie took the briefcase and opened it right there in the terminal, her fingers finding the case of memory vials with the confidence of someone who'd handled similar evidence packages many times before. She held up a vial, examined the authentication seal, read Hermione's label. Nodded. Checked another. Nodded again. Flipped through the petition, all 12 feet of it, with a speed that suggested she was reading for structure rather than content. "This is exceptional work," she said, and she was looking at Hermione. "You drafted this?" Hermione straightened. "Yes, based on the template in Arcturus Black's files, adapted for, I can see what it's based on, and I can see how you've adapted it. You've cited Article 31 correctly, most petitioners misread Section 4, but you've parsed the jurisdiction clause precisely." She folded the petition and replaced it in the briefcase. "How old are you?" 15. Aurélie looked at Sirius with an expression that said, very clearly, "Where did you find this child and can I keep her?" Sirius shrugged. "We should move," Aurélie said. "The ICW offices close for new filings at 3 o'clock, and the Office of Magical Child Welfare requires in-person submission for Article 31 petitions. I have a car." The car turned out to be a sleek black sedan driven by a man who was either a Muggle chauffeur or a wizard who was very committed to his cover. Aurélie sat in the front passenger seat, the briefcase on her lap, and spoke rapidly in French to the driver. The rest of them piled into the back, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny on the rear seat, Ron and Remus on fold-down seats facing them, Sirius up front because his legs were too long for the back. Geneva unfolded outside the windows. Harry caught glimpses of the lake, impossibly blue, ringed by mountains that still had snow on their peaks despite the summer heat, and of a city that managed to be both ancient and immaculate, all stone facades and window boxes overflowing with flowers. Under different circumstances, he might have wanted to explore it. Today, it was just the backdrop to the most important thing he'd ever done. Aurélie twisted in her seat to face them. "I will brief you on what to expect. The ICW headquarters is located beneath the Palais des Nations, the United Nations building. Muggles above, wizards below. The entrance is through a bookshop on the Rue de Vermont. I will handle the filing process. Harry, you will need to be present, as the petitioner must submit in person and provide a magical signature. The rest of you will be listed as witnesses and supporting parties. Will anyone try to stop us at the filing stage?" Hermione asked. "No. Filing is administrative. A clerk receives the petition, verifies the documentation, and issues an acknowledgement. There is no discretionary review at the filing stage. Once the petition is stamped and logged, it exists in the official record and cannot be removed." She paused. "The opposition will come after. When the petition is transmitted to the relevant parties, Dumbledore, the British Ministry, the Dursleys, they will have the opportunity to respond. That is when things will become interesting." "Interesting," Ron repeated. "That's one word for it. The British Ministry will claim sovereign jurisdiction and attempt to have the case dismissed. Dumbledore will argue that the placement was necessary for Harry's protection and that the conditions, while imperfect, were justified by extraordinary circumstances. The Dursleys," she waved a hand dismissively. "The Dursleys are Muggles. The ICW will handle their involvement through the International Statute of Secrecy Liaison Office. They are, in some ways, the least complicated element." "And the tribunal?" Sirius asked. "Once the petition is filed and acknowledged, the Office of Magical Child Welfare has 72 hours to convene a preliminary review panel. This panel will examine the evidence and determine whether there is sufficient basis for a full tribunal hearing. Given the nature of the evidence you've assembled," she tapped the briefcase. I anticipate the preliminary panel will fast-track to a full hearing. Possibly within the week. A week? Harry said. That fast? Aurelie turned her dark eyes on him. Harry. You are the most famous magical child in the world. When the ICW learns that you were abused for 13 years while the Supreme Mugwump, their Supreme Mugwump, knew and did nothing, they will not delay. This case will become the most high-profile matter the ICW has handled since Grindelwald's trial. Every delegate, every nation, every newspaper will be watching. The Office of Magical Child Welfare will want to demonstrate that they take this seriously, and they will move with corresponding speed. Harry absorbed this. He'd known, abstractly, that his fame would play a role, he'd always resented his celebrity, but for the first time, he was weaponizing it rather than enduring it. The boy who lived, abused under Dumbledore's watch. It was a story that would sell itself, and that visibility was protection. You couldn't bury a case that the whole world was watching. Good, he said. Let them watch. Aurelie studied him for a moment, then turned back to face the windshield. I think we will work well together, Mr. Potter. The bookshop on Rue de Vermont was called Livres Anciens, and it looked exactly like the kind of dusty, cluttered second-hand bookshop that existed in every European city, shelves overflowing, a cat sleeping on the counter, a proprietor who looked like he'd been there since the Enlightenment. Aurelie walked in without pausing, spoke a word to the proprietor that Harry didn't catch, and led them through a back door into a narrow staircase that descended far further than any ordinary basement had a right to. The stairs ended at a pair of bronze doors 20 feet tall, inscribed with the ICW emblem, the globe encircled by wands. As they approached, the doors swung open silently, and Harry stepped into the International Confederation of Wizards headquarters. It was nothing like the Ministry of Magic. Where the ministry was cramped and dark and chaotic, memo airplanes zooming overhead, fireplaces roaring with flu traffic, the general atmosphere of a building that had been designed by committee and maintained by neglect, the ICW was open and luminous and calm. The main atrium was a vast circular chamber, its ceiling a dome of enchanted glass that showed the sky above Geneva in real time, sunlight pouring down in golden shafts. The walls were lined with flags, hundreds of them, representing every magical nation in the world, and the floor was a mosaic map of the earth, with tiny enchanted lights marking the locations of major magical communities. People moved through the atrium with purpose but without hurry. Wizards and witches from every continent, wearing robes of every conceivable style, Harry spotted what he thought were Japanese formal robes, West African Kent cloth adapted for magical use, something that might have been traditional Peruvian, and half a dozen styles he couldn't identify. The air buzzed with a dozen languages, and translation charms shimmered in the air like soap bubbles, catching fragments of conversation and rendering them comprehensible. It was, Harry realized, the wizarding world as it was supposed to be. Not the insular, self-congratulatory bubble of magical Britain, but a global community, diverse, interconnected, functional. This way, Aurelie said, leading them across the mosaic floor toward a corridor marked with a small brass plaque, Office of Magical Child Welfare. The corridor was quieter than the atrium. Offices lined both sides, their doors bearing nameplates in multiple languages. A few people passed them, a young witch carrying a stack of files, an older wizard deep in conversation with a translucent blue memo that floated beside his head like a loyal pet. Nobody gave them a second glance. In a building full of delegates from 147 nations, 6 British visitors didn't warrant attention. Aurelie stopped at a door near the end of the corridor. The nameplate read, Filing and Registry, Petitions under Articles 28 to 35. She straightened her jacket, adjusted the briefcase, and looked at Harry. Once we go through this door, there is no going back. The petition becomes a legal document in the official record of the International Confederation of Wizards. It will be transmitted to all named respondents. It will trigger a formal process that cannot be stopped by any single individual, no matter how powerful or well-connected. Are you certain? Harry thought about the cupboard. About the bars. About Vernon's whisper in the dark, nobody will ever want you. About Dumbledore's office, the lemon drops, the twinkling eyes, the greater good. I'm certain. Aurelie opened the door. The filing office was small and bureaucratic in the way that filing offices everywhere were bureaucratic: fluorescent lighting, or the magical equivalent, industrial carpet, a counter with a glass partition and a bored-looking clerk behind it. The clerk was a middle-aged witch with grey hair pulled back in a severe bun and reading glasses perched on her nose. She was eating a sandwich. Bonjour, Aurelie said. Je voudrais déposer une pétition en vertu de l'article 31. The clerk set down her sandwich, wiped her hands on a napkin, and adjusted her glasses. She looked at Aurelie, then at the group behind her, then at the briefcase. Article 31. We haven't had an Article 31 filing in. She switched to English, apparently noticing the delegation's composition. 12 years. Not since the Kowalski case in Poland. Then you're overdue, Aurelie said. She placed the briefcase on the counter and opened it. Petition filed on behalf of Harry James Potter, a magical minor, British citizen, currently 15 years of age. The petition alleges systematic abuse and neglect by his Muggle guardians, with the knowledge and complicity of senior members of the British magical establishment, including the current Supreme Mugwump. The clerk's hand, which had been reaching for the briefcase, stopped. She looked up. Her eyes moved past Aurelie to Harry, who stood directly behind her. Her gaze went to his forehead. Mon Dieu, she said softly. The petition, please, Aurelie said. If you don't mind. The clerk, her nameplate read Marie-Claire Fontaine, pulled herself together with visible effort. She took the petition from the briefcase, unrolled it, and began reading. Her eyes moved quickly, slowing at certain passages, stopping entirely at others. When she reached the section describing the memory evidence, she looked at the case of crystal vials, then at Harry, then back at the petition. These memories are authenticated, she asked. By the Arcturus Black Protocol, which was specifically developed for ICW submissions and approved under the Article 31 evidentiary framework, Aurelie said. Each memory is accompanied by dual witness signatures and full chain of custody documentation. And the named respondents include. Marie-Claire read from the petition. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, in his capacity as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, chief warlock of the British Wizengamot, and supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. She looked up. You are aware of the implications. Profoundly, Aurelie said. Marie-Claire set down the petition. She removed her reading glasses, cleaned them on her sleeve, put them back on, and looked at Harry with an expression that had shifted from bureaucratic boredom to something much more complicated. Mr. Potter. I am required by procedure to ask you directly, are you filing this petition of your own free will, without coercion or undue influence from any party? I am. You understand that this petition, once filed, will become part of the official record and will be transmitted to all named respondents. I understand. You understand that you have the right to withdraw the petition at any time prior to the tribunal hearing, but that you cannot withdraw it after the hearing has commenced. I understand. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded. Very well. She turned to a shelf behind her and pulled out a heavy leather-bound ledger, the kind that looked like it had been recording petitions since the ICW was founded. She opened it to a fresh page, inscribed the date, the petition number, and a brief summary in a small, precise hand. Then she stamped the petition, a deep blue seal that flared with light as it made contact with the parchment, and did the same to each memory vial, each supporting document, each piece of evidence. Petition number ICW, OMCW, 2995-31, filed this day under Article 31 of the International Confederation Charter, is hereby received and entered into the official record. She tore a receipt from the ledger and handed it to Aurelie. The Office of Magical Child Welfare will acknowledge receipt within 24 hours and convene a preliminary review panel within 72 hours, as required by Section 9. The petitioner and all named respondents will be notified by certified international owl post. Thank you, Marie-Claire, Aurélie said, tucking the receipt into her jacket. Madame de Rosier. The clerk hesitated, then lowered her voice. This case. The supreme mugwump. I know. There will be, the political, I know. Aurélie's voice was gentle but final. Thank you. They left the filing office and walked back down the corridor toward the atrium. Nobody spoke until they were outside the building, standing on the sunlit pavement of Rue de Vermont with the ordinary sounds of Geneva traffic around them, cars, bicycles, someone laughing in a café across the street. It's done, Harry said. It's done, Aurélie confirmed. The petition is filed. The clock is running. Within 72 hours, the preliminary review panel will convene, and within a week, possibly less, the full tribunal will be scheduled. Dumbledore, the British Ministry, and the Dursleys will all be formally notified. Ron let out a breath like he'd been holding it for an hour. Bloody hell. Eloquent as always, Hermione murmured, but she was smiling, a fierce, bright smile that Harry had seen only a handful of times, usually when she just solved a problem that everyone else had said was impossible. Ginny touched Harry's arm. How do you feel? Harry stood on the pavement and felt the Swiss sun on his face and thought about that question. How did he feel? He'd just filed a formal complaint against the most powerful wizard in Britain, publicly accused the supreme mugwump of the ICW of complicity in child abuse, and set in motion a legal process that was going to shake the wizarding world to its foundations. He should feel terrified. He should feel anxious, uncertain, second-guessing himself. He felt light. He felt like he'd been carrying a stone in his chest for 15 years and had finally set it down. I feel like I'm ready, he said. Aurélie had booked them rooms at a small hotel near the lake, Muggle establishment, clean and anonymous, paid for in Swiss francs. It was the kind of place business travelers used, functional and forgettable, which was exactly what they needed. She took a separate room on a different floor, citing her need to begin preparing the legal strategy for the preliminary review. Rest tonight, she told them in the lobby. Tomorrow, we work. I will need to interview each of you individually to prepare your testimony. Harry, I will need several hours with you. Your testimony is the centerpiece of the case, and the way you present it will matter as much as the content. I'll be ready. She nodded and disappeared into the elevator with the briefcase. The rest of them crowded into Harry and Ron's room, a modest double with a view of the lake that might have been romantic under different circumstances, and sat in a ragged circle on the beds and floor. The adrenaline of the filing was wearing off, replaced by a hollow, buzzing fatigue that Harry recognized as the aftermath of sustained intensity. So, Ron said, sitting on the floor with his back against the bed. We actually did it. We actually did it, Hermione confirmed. She was on the bed beside Ginny, her shoes off, her legal notes spread around her like a paper nest. The petition is filed, the evidence is submitted, and the process is in motion. When will Dumbledore find out? Ginny asked. The notification will go out by certified international owl post, Hermione said. Depending on the ICW's processing time, probably tomorrow morning. Maybe the day after. He's going to lose his mind, Ron said. He's going to do much more than that, Remus said quietly. He was in the desk chair, his hands folded in his lap, his face still carrying the grey pallor it had taken on since viewing the memories. Dumbledore is a strategist. He doesn't panic, he plans. The moment he receives that notification, he'll begin building his defense. He'll contact every ally he has on the ICW, every delegate who owes him a favor, every political connection he's cultivated over the past 50 years. He'll try to reframe the narrative, make it about Voldemort, about the Blood Wards, about the greater good. Let him try, Harry said. I've got 22 authenticated memories and a paper trail that proves he knew. He can spin all the narratives he wants. The evidence doesn't spin. No, Remus agreed. It doesn't. But you should prepare yourself for the fact that not everyone will see it that way. Dumbledore has generations of goodwill built up. There are people who will watch those memories and still find a way to justify what he did. They'll say he was protecting you from something worse. They'll say the Dursleys weren't that bad. They'll say you're exaggerating, or being manipulated, or that I'm an ungrateful child who should be thankful for the roof over his head. Harry's voice was even. Yeah. I've heard that one before. Vernon used to say it every time I complained about sleeping in a cupboard. You should be grateful, boy. We took you in when nobody else would. Funny how the same argument works whether you're a Muggle bully or the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation. The room was quiet for a moment. You've changed, Ginny said. Not accusingly, just an observation, delivered with her characteristic directness. Since last year. Since the graveyard. You're different. I watched someone die, Harry said. And then I came home to the people who made my childhood a nightmare, and I realized that the only person who was ever going to change my situation was me. So yeah. I'm different. Ginny held his gaze, and there was something in her expression, not pity, not sympathy, but a kind of recognition that went deeper than either. The look of someone who knew what it was like to be underestimated and had decided to stop tolerating it. Good, she said. The old Harry would have waited for permission. This one doesn't. Before Harry could respond, Sirius's wand vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and frowned at the tip, which was glowing faintly red. Proximity alert. Someone just tried to track me through the Ministry's flu monitoring network. The room tensed. Can they find us? Hermione asked. No. We traveled Muggle. The tracking charm is looking for flu signatures and portkey traces. It won't find any because we didn't use them. Sirius tucked the wand away. But it means someone's noticed we're gone. Probably Molly. Or Dumbledore, Remus said. Molly would tell Dumbledore, Ron said, rubbing his face. She tells Dumbledore everything. If she realized we're all gone and can't track us, her first move would be to fire-call the headmaster. Then Dumbledore knows we're missing, but he doesn't know where, Sirius said. And by tomorrow, the petition notification will arrive, and he'll know exactly what we've done. Harry stood and walked to the window. The lake stretched out below, its surface catching the last light of the day in fragments of gold and blue. Mountains ringed the horizon, their peaks turning pink as the sun dropped behind them. Then we'd better be ready for him, Harry said. What time does Orly want us tomorrow? 8 o'clock, Sirius said. Good. Everyone get some sleep. He turned from the window and looked at his friends, his family, the people who had crossed an international border on a Muggle airplane to help him demand accountability from the most powerful wizard alive. Tomorrow, we prepare for the hearing. And whatever Dumbledore throws at us, we throw it right back. Sleep came easier than Harry expected. The physical exhaustion of the day had overwhelmed the usual insomnia, but it didn't last. He woke at 4 a.m, Geneva time, to the sound of something tapping on the window. An owl. A snowy owl, not Hedwig, who was back at Grimmauld Place, but a large barn owl carrying a red envelope. Harry's stomach dropped. He recognized the envelope. Everyone in the wizarding world recognized that envelope. A howler. He opened the window and the owl dropped the envelope on the bed, then fled into the night like it wanted to be as far away as possible when the thing went off. Smart bird. Ron woke up, saw the howler, and dove under his covers. Don't open it. If I don't open it, it explodes, Harry said. Better to control the detonation. He broke the seal. Mrs. Weasley's voice erupted into the room at a volume that rattled the windows and probably woke half the hotel. Harry James Potter and Ronald Bilious Weasley, where on earth are you? Bed's empty, no note. Well, yes, a note from Sirius saying, day trip, but that was yesterday and you haven't come back and nobody can find you, and if you think for 1 second that I'm going TSIT here and, Harry pointed his wand at the howler. Silencio. The howler kept moving its paper lips, but no sound came out. It vibrated with impotent fury for another 30 seconds, then burst into flames and crumbled to ash on the bedspread. "I didn't know you could silence a howler," Ron said from under the covers. "Neither did I," Harry admitted. "Seemed worth a try. That was Mum. She knows we're gone. She knew yesterday. The question is whether she's told Dumbledore." The answer came 20 minutes later, in the form of a second owl, this one a tawny, carrying a letter on thick cream parchment sealed with red wax. The handwriting on the front was elegant and familiar, "Mr. Harry Potter, no address." The owl had found him without one more actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 4, The Tribunal. The hearing room was underground, but you'd never know it. Hearing room 7 occupied a circular chamber deep beneath the Palais des Nations, accessible through a series of corridors that wound downward from the main atrium like the coils of a nautilus shell. The walls were pale stone, seamless and smooth, and the ceiling was a dome of the same enchanted glass as the atrium above, except here, instead of showing the sky, it displayed a slowly rotating map of the world's magical communities, tiny golden lights pulsing like heartbeats across every continent. 3 raised seats dominated the far end of the room, carved from dark wood and backed by the ICW emblem in bronze. The judge's bench. Below it, 2 long tables faced each other across a central aisle, petitioner on the left, respondent on the right. Behind both tables, tiered gallery seating rose in a gentle curve, enough for perhaps 100 observers. The room was designed for importance. It felt like the kind of place where decisions were made that echoed for decades. Harry walked in at 8:15, flanked by Aurelie on his left and Sirius on his right. The formal robes Aurelie had arranged fit him perfectly, dark green, almost black, the fabric moving like water as he walked. His hair was as unmanageable as ever, but the rest of him was sharp, deliberate, composed. He looked, for the first time in his life, like someone who belonged in a room like this. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Remus filed in behind them and took seats in the gallery directly behind the petitioner's table. Hermione had a leather satchel on her lap containing backup copies of every document in the evidence package, because she was Hermione and redundancy was a religion. The room was not empty. Harry had expected it to be a small affair, a preliminary review, 3 judges, a quiet procedural step before the real hearing. But the gallery was already half full. Wizards and witches he didn't recognize filled the observer seats, some in formal robes, others in the everyday dress of ICW staff who'd found an excuse to be in the building. A handful carried notebooks and quick quotes quills, reporters, Harry realized. Word had gotten out. How did they know? He murmured to Aurelie as they took their seats at the petitioner's table. "This is the ICW, not the British Ministry," she replied, arranging papers with brisk efficiency. "Petitions are logged in the public record. Any journalist with access to the filing registry would have seen your name this morning. And your name, Harry, is not one that goes unnoticed." Fair enough. Harry had spent years resenting his fame. Today, he was going to use it. The respondents' table was empty. Harry kept his eyes forward, but he was aware of it in his peripheral vision, the bare wooden surface, the empty chairs. No Dumbledore. Not yet. At 8:25, the door at the back of the chamber opened again. Harry knew before he turned around. He felt it, not magic, exactly, but presence. The particular weight that Albus Dumbledore carried into any room he entered, the gravity of reputation and power that made the air itself seem to bend around him. Dumbledore walked down the central aisle in robes of deep purple, his silver beard tucked into his belt, his half-moon spectacles catching the light from the enchanted ceiling. He moved with the unhurried ease of a man who had never, in his very long life, been made to wait for anything. Behind him came a younger wizard Harry didn't recognize, short, compact, with sharp features and a leather briefcase that screamed lawyer. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry immediately. Across the length of the room, their gazes met, and Harry saw something he'd never seen in those blue eyes before. Surprise. Not shock, Dumbledore was too controlled for shock. But genuine surprise, the kind that came from encountering something truly unexpected. He hadn't believed Harry would go through with it. He'd received the notification, he'd read the petition, and some part of him, the part that still thought of Harry as a manageable, directable child, had assumed this was a bluff, or a tantrum, or something that could be smoothed over with the right words and the right tone. He was looking at Harry now and realizing it wasn't any of those things. Harry held his gaze. Didn't flinch, didn't look away, didn't feel the old instinctive deference that Dumbledore's presence had always triggered in him, the urge to be polite, to be grateful, to trust the wise old man who always seemed to know best. That deference was gone. It had died somewhere between the 14th memory extraction and the filing office on Rue de Vermont, and in its place was something flat and steady and immovable. Dumbledore reached the respondent's table and sat down. His lawyer, or advocate, or whatever the ICW called them, sat beside him and immediately began unpacking documents. Dumbledore folded his hands on the table and looked at Harry with an expression of gentle concern. "Harry, my boy, don't," Harry said. "One word. Quiet, not aggressive, but final. The kind of word that closes a door." Dumbledore's mouth stayed open for a fraction of a second, then closed. Something flickered behind his eyes, recalculation, reassessment, and he inclined his head slightly and turned to face the judge's bench. Aurelie, who had observed this exchange without comment, leaned toward Harry and whispered, "Well done." At 8:30 exactly, a door behind the judge's bench opened, and 3 people entered. The first was a tall black woman with close-cropped gray hair and an expression of focused intensity. She wore robes of deep blue with silver trim and moved with the measured confidence of someone accustomed to authority. The second was a compact Asian man with wire-rimmed glasses and a thin smile that suggested he found most things faintly amusing. His robes were black and unadorned. The third was a heavy-set white woman with red hair going silver at the temples, wearing robes of forest green and carrying a leather-bound notebook that was already open to a marked page. The preliminary review panel for petition ICW-OMCW 2995-31, announced a clerk from the side of the room. Presiding, Judge Adise Okafor-Mensah of the West African Magical Congress. Sitting, Judge Kenji Tanaka of the Japanese Ministry of Magic and Judge Bridget Lindqvist of the Scandinavian Magical Union. The 3 judges took their seats. Judge Okafor-Mensah, the presiding judge, surveyed the room with sharp, dark eyes that missed nothing. Her gaze lingered on the gallery, on the reporters, on the number of observers. She did not look surprised by the attendance. She'd known what this case was when she agreed to preside. This preliminary review is convened under Article 31 of the International Confederation Charter to determine whether petition ICW-OMCW 2995-31 presents sufficient basis for a full tribunal hearing, she said. Her voice was deep and carried easily in the domed chamber. The petitioner is Harry James Potter, represented by Advocate Aurelie de Rosier. The primary respondent is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, represented by. She looked at the lawyer beside Dumbledore. Advocate Heinrich Steller, the man said, standing briefly. His accent was German, his manner crisp. Retained by Professor Dumbledore as of this morning. Noted. Judge Okafor-Mensah turned to Harry's table. Advocate de Rosier, you may present the petition. Aurelie stood. She didn't use notes. She didn't need them. Esteemed judges, this petition is filed on behalf of Harry James Potter, a 15-year-old British wizard, alleging systematic abuse and neglect over a period of 13 years while in the care of his Muggle guardians, Vernon and Petunia Dursley of No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England. The petition further alleges that this abuse was known to, and enabled by, senior members of the British magical establishment, most notably the primary respondent, Albus Dumbledore, who personally placed the petitioner with the Dursley family in November 1981 and who maintained that placement despite repeated evidence that the petitioner was being subjected to physical abuse, emotional cruelty, malnutrition, unlawful confinement, and systematic psychological degradation. The room was utterly still. Every eye was on Aurelie, who stood at the petitioner's table with the easy authority of a woman who had spent decades in rooms exactly like this one. The evidence package submitted with this petition includes 22 authenticated Pensieve memories, 18 from the petitioner and 4 from Remus Lupin, a witness and former Hogwarts professor, extracted under the Arcturus Black Protocol and verified by dual witness signatures. It further includes documentary evidence establishing that Albus Dumbledore was informed of concerning conditions at the Dursley residence and took no action, that the British Wisingamat approved the petitioner's placement without any welfare assessment or follow-up, and that the petitioner's medical records at Hogwarts School document annual malnutrition consistent with chronic food deprivation. She paused. Let the words settle. The petitioner requests that this panel review the evidence and proceed to a full tribunal hearing, at which the petitioner will present testimony and call witnesses, and at which the respondents will have the opportunity to answer the allegations in full. Judge Okafor-Mensah's expression hadn't changed during the presentation, but Harry noticed that Judge Tanaka had removed his glasses and was cleaning them, a displacement gesture, something to do with his hands while his mind processed what he'd just heard. Judge Lindqvist was writing in her notebook, her pen moving rapidly. Advocate Steller, the presiding judge said. Does the respondent wish to make a preliminary statement? Heinrich Steller stood. He was polished, professional, every inch the experienced legal advocate. But Harry noticed something, a tightness around his eyes, a slight hesitation before he spoke. The look of a man who had been retained that morning, had read the petition on the flight to Geneva, and was beginning to understand the scale of what he'd agreed to defend. The respondent acknowledges the petition and respects the authority of this panel, Steller said. However, we wish to note, at this preliminary stage, that the respondent categorically denies any allegation of complicity in abuse or neglect. Professor Dumbledore placed the petitioner with his maternal relatives in 1981 as an act of protection, establishing blood-based wards that shielded the petitioner from significant magical threats, threats that were very real and that remain real to this day. The respondent maintains that the placement was made in the petitioner's best interest and that any deficiencies in the home environment, while regrettable, were outweighed by the existential protection the blood wards provided. Regrettable, Aurelie murmured, just loud enough for Harry to hear. Her tone could have etched glass. The respondent further notes, Steller continued, that the petitioner is a minor who has recently experienced significant trauma, the death of a fellow student during a school event, and suggests that the petition may be influenced by emotional distress rather than objection. Aurelie was on her feet. The respondent's advocate is attempting to characterize the petitioner's state of mind without evidence or qualification. The petitioner's emotional state is not relevant to the factual content of the evidence submitted. 22 authenticated memories and corroborating documentary evidence either depict abuse or they don't. The petitioner's feelings about that abuse are not a basis for dismissal. Sustained, Judge Okafor-Mensah said. Advocate Steller, confine your remarks to the legal merits, please. Steller inclined his head, but Harry had seen the play, the attempt to frame him as a traumatized child acting out, to plant the seed of doubt before the evidence was even reviewed. Dumbledore's fingerprints were all over it. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard sat motionless, his hands folded, his expression one of serene concern. The performance was perfect, the worried mentor, the caring guardian, the man who only ever wanted to protect. Harry had watched that performance for 4 years. He knew every line, every gesture, every carefully modulated inflection. Today, he was going to end it. The panel will now review the evidence, Judge Okafor-Mensah said. Advocate de Rosier, please present the memory evidence in the order you deem most appropriate. Aurelie opened the evidence case and removed the first vial. The panel will note that a Pensieve has been provided for the judge's review. With the panel's permission, the memories will also be projected into the chamber for the benefit of all parties and observers, using standard ICW evidence display protocols. Granted. A Pensieve was brought forward, larger than the one they'd used at Grimmauld Place, clearly designed for judicial proceedings, its surface etched with runes that Harry recognized as projection enchantments. Aurelie poured the first memory into the basin, and the runes flared, and the room changed. The memory rose from the Pensieve not as a pool to fall into but as a three-dimensional projection that filled the center of the chamber. Suddenly the hearing room contained a second space, overlaid like a ghost, the narrow, dark interior of a cupboard under the stairs, rendered in silver light with perfect, terrible clarity. The gallery gasped. It was a collective sound, involuntary, the sound of 100 people seeing something they hadn't been prepared for. A boy sat in the cupboard. 4 years old, rail-thin, wearing a t-shirt that hung past his knees and shorts held up with a knotted piece of string. His hair was black and messy and unwashed. His glasses, too large for his face, held together with tape, sat crookedly on his nose. He was crying, silently, with the practiced quiet of a child who had learned that noise brought punishment. The cupboard was squalid. A folded blanket on plywood. Spiders in the corners. Dust raining from the stairs above as someone walked overhead, heavy footsteps, an adult. The strip of light under the door flickered as a shadow passed. Then the emotional overlay activated, the authenticated layer that showed not just the events but the child's internal experience. The chamber filled with feeling, hunger, bone-deep and constant. Fear, not the sharp fear of immediate danger but the slow, corrosive fear of a child who knows that the people responsible for him don't want him. Loneliness so absolute it was almost a physical presence, pressing in from all sides. And underneath it all, a small voice, not audible, but felt, the way the authentication charm captured internal experience, saying, maybe if I'm good enough, they'll let me out. Maybe if I'm very, very quiet, they'll let me have dinner. The memory ended. The projection faded. The hearing room reasserted itself, stone walls, enchanted ceiling, the judge's bench. Judge Tanaka had put his glasses back on. His face was rigid. Judge Lindqvist had stopped writing. Her pen rested on the notebook, motionless. Judge Okaformensa's expression was unchanged, but Harry noticed that her hands, folded before her on the bench, had tightened until the knuckles were pale. The gallery was silent. Not the silence of an empty room, the silence of a room full of people who had just seen something that had rearranged their understanding of the world. The petitioner was 4 years old in this memory, Aurelie said into the silence. 4 years old, sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, in the home where Albus Dumbledore placed him. The Hogwarts letter, which the petitioner received at age 11, was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs, confirming that the Hogwarts administration, headed by the respondent, was aware of the petitioner's sleeping arrangements and took no action. She didn't pause for effect. She didn't need to. The memory was the effect. The next memory, she said, and poured the second vial. They went through 6 memories before Judge Okaformensa called for a recess. 6 memories. The cupboard at 4. The 15-hour lockup at 6. The stove incident at 7. The systematic destruction of possessions at 8. Dudley's gang at 9. And the memory that had made Remus vomit, Vernon's midnight whispers, the words designed to dismantle a child's sense of self, delivered with the casual cruelty of a man who enjoyed having power over something smaller and weaker than himself. The projection of Vernon's face, meaty, flushed, close enough that 9-year-old Harry could smell the beer on his breath, had hung in the hearing room like a grotesque portrait. His lips moved, forming the words the chamber could feel rather than hear, "You're nothing. Nobody will ever want you. Your parents were too stupid to live." When the memory ended, Judge Lindqvist excused herself and didn't return for 10 minutes. When she did, her eyes were red. The recess was 30 minutes. Harry stayed at the petitioner's table while the gallery emptied into the corridor, a buzzing hive of whispered conversations and shocked expressions. A few reporters tried to approach. Harry saw quick quills hovering like vultures, but Aurelie intercepted them with a few sharp words in French and they retreated. Sirius brought Harry a glass of water. Harry drank it without tasting it. "You're doing well," Sirius said. "I'm not doing anything. I'm sitting here while they watch my childhood. You're being present. You're being visible. The judges aren't just watching the memories, they're watching you watch the memories. They're seeing a 15-year-old boy sit in a chair and not look away from the worst moments of his life, and that's telling them more than any testimony could. Harry hadn't thought about it that way. He'd been sitting still because he didn't know what else to do, the memories were playing and he couldn't stop them and he couldn't leave, so he sat. But Sirius was right. The judges had been watching him. He'd felt their eyes, moving between the projected memories and his face, measuring his reactions, looking for the truth that lived in the gap between a child's suffering and a teenager's composure. Across the room, Dumbledore sat alone at the respondents' table. Stellar had gone into the corridor, probably to make fire calls, probably to scramble for additional resources. Dumbledore remained. His hands were still folded. His expression was still serene. But something was different. His eyes. Harry had spent 4 years looking into those eyes, blue and bright, always twinkling, always suggesting that Dumbledore knew something you didn't and found it gently amusing. The twinkle was gone. In its place was something Harry had never seen in Dumbledore before. Calculation. Raw, undisguised calculation, the rapid internal processing of a man who had just realized that the situation was not what he'd assumed, that the careful architecture of justifications and narratives he'd built over 14 years was being disassembled in front of an international audience, and that the boy he treated as a chess piece had just flipped the board. Good. Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow. The reporters are going mad. I counted 7 different publications in the gallery, the Daily Prophet isn't among them, which means the British press hasn't caught on yet, but there are correspondents from Le Monde Magique, Die Zauberpost, the Magical Times of India, and at least 2 wire services that distribute to the entire ICW network. How long before it hits Britain? Hours. Maybe less. International magical news travels fast, and Harry Potter accusing Dumbledore of enabling child abuse is not the kind of story that stays contained. Harry nodded. Good. I want it everywhere. I want it in every newspaper, every language, every country. I want it so public that nobody can pretend it didn't happen. Hermione squeezed his shoulder and went back to the gallery. The recess ended. The judges returned. Judge Okafor-Mensah's expression had hardened during the break, not against Harry, he thought, but against the situation itself, against the reality of what was being presented in her courtroom. The panel will continue reviewing the evidence, she said. Advocate de Rosier, proceed. Aurelie poured the 7th memory. They went through all 18 of Harry's memories that day. It took 6 hours, with 2 additional recesses. 6 hours of a childhood projected in silver light, the bars on the window, the cat flap on the door, the summer Harry spent doing backbreaking yard work from dawn to dusk while the Dursleys ate ice cream in the garden. The time Aunt Petunia swung a frying pan at his head and missed by inches. The time Aunt Marge's dog chased him up a tree while the adults laughed. The Christmas mornings when Dudley unwrapped 37 presents and Harry got a wire hanger and a pair of Vernon's old socks. Memory after memory, year after year, the evidence built into something undeniable, not a collection of isolated incidents but a pattern, systematic and sustained, a campaign of cruelty so thorough that it touched every aspect of a child's existence. Food, shelter, safety, dignity, belonging, the Dursleys had stripped Harry of all of it, methodically and with apparent enjoyment, for 13 years. And through it all, the authenticated emotional overlay, the dimension of the memories that showed not just what happened but what it felt like, filled the hearing room with the interior life of a child who had never known love, who had been taught from infancy that he was worthless, who had survived through a combination of stubbornness and the small, desperate hope that someday, somehow, things might be different. The gallery wept. Not all of them, some sat in stunned, rigid silence, and a few of the reporters wrote with mechanical focus, their professional detachment barely intact. But many wept, openly and without self-consciousness, because the memories were real and the child in them was real and the suffering was real, and there was no way to watch a 4-year-old cry silently in a cupboard and remain unmoved. The final memory of Harry's set was the one from Dumbledore's office after the 3rd task. The projection showed the room, the silver instruments, the portraits of former headmasters, the dish of lemon drops on the desk. It showed Harry, 14 years old, still in his tournament robes, still filthy from the graveyard, his eyes hollow with the particular emptiness of someone who had just watched a friend die. And it showed Dumbledore. The projection captured him in perfect, damning detail, the gentle voice, the kind eyes, the calculated warmth. The way he leaned forward and spoke about the blood wards as though he were explaining something to a small child. The way he said, "Sometimes we must endure hardship for the greater good," with the serene conviction of a man who had never endured hardship himself. And it showed Harry's response, the raw, desperate plea of a boy who had just watched death and was being told he had to go back to a different kind of death, the slow kind, the kind that didn't kill you but dismantled you piece by piece. The way his voice cracked when he said he'd rather face Voldemort than go back to the Dursleys. The way Dumbledore heard this, registered it, and overrode it with a gentle smile and a lemon drop. The memory ended. The hearing room was silent for a long time. Judge Okafor turned her gaze to Dumbledore. The look she gave him was not angry, it was something beyond anger, something that had passed through fury and come out the other side into a cold, judicial clarity. "Professor Dumbledore," she said. "You are aware that the events depicted in this final memory appear to show you being directly informed of the petitioner's desire to leave an abusive placement, immediately following a traumatic event, and that your response was to insist on his return to that placement." Stellar stood. "My client will have the opportunity to address all evidence at the full tribunal. I am not asking for a legal response, advocate. I am asking the respondent whether he acknowledges the events depicted." Dumbledore stood. The room held its breath. He looked at the judges. He looked at the gallery. He looked at Harry. And then he spoke, and his voice was the same one Harry had heard 1,000 times, calm, measured, carrying the weight of authority and the warmth of compassion. The voice of the greatest wizard alive, the defeater of Grindelwald, the protector of the innocent. "I acknowledge the events depicted," Dumbledore said. "And I wish to say, for the record, that every decision I made regarding Harry's placement was made with his safety as my paramount concern. The blood wards established at No. 4 Privet Drive provided protection against the darkest wizard of our age, a wizard who has now returned, as Harry himself can attest. I do not deny that Harry's home life was difficult. But the alternative, leaving him without the blood protection, vulnerable to Voldemort and his followers, would have been, in my judgment, far worse." He paused. The room waited. "I care deeply about Harry," Dumbledore continued, and his voice carried genuine emotion, or what sounded like genuine emotion, and Harry couldn't tell the difference anymore and wasn't sure there was one. "I have watched over him since the night his parents died. Every decision I made was in service of keeping him alive. If those decisions caused suffering, I bear that responsibility and I regret it profoundly. But I would make the same choices again, because Harry is alive. He is alive, and that is what matters." It was a masterful performance. Harry could feel the room shifting, the gallery murmuring, the reporters scribbling. Dumbledore had taken the worst evidence in the world and reframed it as the difficult burden of a man who loved too much, who sacrificed too much, who bore the impossible weight of keeping a child alive in impossible circumstances. He'd cast himself as the tragic hero of his own story, the man who did terrible things for noble reasons. And it might have worked, on a different day, with a different opponent. Harry stood. The room went quiet. "Mr. Potter," Judge Okafor said, "you will have the opportunity to present testimony at the full tribunal. With respect, Judge, I'd like to respond now." She studied him. Whatever she saw in his face, the steadiness, the clarity, the absolute absence of the fragile traumatized child that Stellar had tried to paint, made her decision. She nodded. Harry stepped out from behind the petitioner's table and stood in the center of the room, between the two tables, facing the judges. He was aware of Dumbledore behind him and to the right, aware of the gallery's silent attention, aware of his friends watching from the first row. He didn't look at any of them. He looked at the judges and spoke. Professor Dumbledore says he kept me alive. He's right. I'm alive. But there's a difference between being alive and being allowed to live, and I think the evidence shows which one I got. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. He says the blood wards were essential. Maybe they were. I'm not a ward specialist, and I can't evaluate that claim. But I know this, the International Confederation's own charter, Article 31, Section 2, says that no magical protection justifies leaving a child in an abusive home. That's not my opinion. That's international law. Law that Professor Dumbledore, as Supreme Mugwump, was supposed to uphold. He felt Dumbledore's gaze on the back of his neck. He didn't turn. He says he cares about me. I believe him. I believe he cares about me the way a general cares about a useful weapon. He wants me functional, he wants me available, he wants me pointed in the right direction when the time comes. But caring about what someone can do for you is not the same as caring about who they are. And Professor Dumbledore has never once, in 4 years of knowing me, asked me who I am. He's told me what I need to do, where I need to go, what I need to endure. He's never asked how I'm doing. Someone in the gallery made a sound, a choked intake of breath. Harry kept going. He says he'd make the same choices again. I believe that too. And that's exactly why I'm here. Because a man who would knowingly leave a child in a cupboard for 10 years, and do it again given the chance, should not have unchecked authority over the welfare of magical children. Not mine. Not anyone's. He stopped. The room was completely, utterly silent, the kind of silence that has weight, that presses against your skin. Judge Okaformensa looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at her fellow judges. Tanaka nodded. Lindqvist nodded. This panel finds sufficient basis for a full tribunal hearing under Article 31, Judge Okaformensa said. The hearing will be convened within 5 days. All named respondents will be formally summoned. The petitioner's evidence is accepted into the record. This preliminary review is adjourned. She struck the bench with her wand, and a deep chime resonated through the chamber, a sound like a bell being struck underwater, felt as much as heard. It was done. The corridor outside the hearing room erupted. Harry stepped through the doors into a wall of noise, reporters shouting questions in 4 languages, translation charms popping like champagne corks, quick quotes quills darting through the air like deranged hummingbirds. Flashes from magical cameras strobed the corridor, and Harry saw his own face reflected in a dozen lenses. Aurelie materialized at his side like a bodyguard, one hand on his arm, steering him through the crowd with practiced efficiency. No comments, she said to the reporters, in English and then in French and then in something that might have been Arabic. The petitioner will not be making statements at this time. All inquiries should be directed to my office. They made it to a private conference room at the end of the corridor. Aurelie had reserved it in advance, because she thought of everything. The door closed behind them and the noise cut off like a switch. Harry sat down hard in the nearest chair. The adrenaline that had carried him through his speech was draining away, leaving him hollow and shaking. Sirius was beside him in an instant, one hand on his shoulder. That was extraordinary, Sirius said. Harry, that was, I know. He pressed his hands flat on the table to stop them trembling. I know. The door opened and the rest of them piled in, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Remus, all talking at once. The look on Dumbledore's face when you said the thing about the general and the weapon, Judge Lindqvist was crying, she was actually crying, I saw her, 5 days, they said 5 days for the full tribunal, that's incredibly fast, Harry, when you stood up, I thought Stellar was going to have a stroke. Harry let the noise wash over him. He watched his friends' faces, flushed, animated, fierce, and felt something loosen in his chest. They'd done it. The first hurdle was cleared. The preliminary panel had accepted the case, the evidence was in the record, and the full tribunal was scheduled. But they weren't done. Not close. Quiet, Aurelie said, and the room obeyed. She stood at the head of the table, her expression businesslike despite the faintest hint of satisfaction around her eyes. The preliminary review went better than I dared hope. Harry's spontaneous testimony was, she searched for the word. Decisive. The panel was already leaning toward acceptance, but Harry's response to Dumbledore sealed it. They saw a young man who was clear, articulate, and credible, not a traumatized child being manipulated. Because I'm not being manipulated, Harry said. I know that. Now they know it too. She sat down. But the full tribunal will be a different matter. 3 judges become 7. The evidence review will be exhaustive. Dumbledore will have 5 days to prepare his defense, and he will use every minute. Stellar is competent, but Dumbledore will bring additional resources, legal scholars, ward specialists, character witnesses. He will mount the most sophisticated defense this institution has ever seen. Let him, Harry said. I intend to. But we must be equally prepared. She opened her planner. Several things need to happen in the next 5 days. First, we need to secure additional testimony. Ron, I will need your written statement regarding the bars on Harry's window and his physical condition when you retrieved him. I will also need statements from Fred and George Weasley, and if possible, from your parents. I'll get them, Ron said immediately. Second, Madame Pomfrey's medical records. The tribunal can issue a subpoena compelling Hogwarts to produce them, but it would be faster, and more diplomatically useful, if they were provided voluntarily. Remus, you have a relationship with Madame Pomfrey? A professional one, yes. She's treated me for years. Remus hesitated. She'll cooperate if she understands the situation. Poppy Pomfrey is many things, but she's not someone who'd protect an institution over a child's welfare. The question is whether Dumbledore will try to prevent her from cooperating. If he does, we subpoena. But try the direct approach first. Third, Orally continued, we need to address the blood ward argument. Dumbledore's entire defense rests on the claim that the blood wards were essential and that no alternative protection was available. We need to dismantle that claim. I've reached out to 3 independent ward specialists, one from the French Ministry, one from the Egyptian Institute of Magical Sciences, and one from the Brazilian Warding Academy. All 3 are prepared to testify that blood proximity wards do not require full-time residents, and that alternative protection arrangements, including international safe houses, combined ward schemes, and the Fidelius charm, would have provided comparable or superior protection. Dumbledore will argue that his personal expertise surpasses theirs, Hermione said. He can argue whatever he likes. 3 independent experts from 3 different countries and 3 different magical traditions, all reaching the same conclusion, will carry more weight than one man's self-assessment, no matter how impressive his credentials. Orally's eyes glinted. Dumbledore's greatest vulnerability is his certainty that he is the smartest person in any room. We are going to fill the room with people who are smarter. Sirius laughed. I've waited 20 years to hear someone say that. Fourth, Orally said, Harry's testimony. The preliminary review gave us a preview, but the full tribunal will require a comprehensive account. Harry, I will need you to prepare a detailed statement covering your entire childhood, your interactions with Dumbledore, and your understanding of the decisions that were made about your life. This statement will be the emotional core of the case. The memories provide the evidence, your words provide the meaning. Harry nodded. I'll be ready. I know you will. For the first time, something that might have been warmth entered Orally's voice. You demonstrated today that you are, perhaps, the most effective advocate I have ever seen. Not because of your fame or your history, but because you speak the truth plainly and without artifice. That is rarer than you might think. They worked through the afternoon and into the evening. Ron drafted his statement at the hotel room desk, writing slowly and carefully, asking Hermione to check his spelling every 3rd sentence, not because he cared about spelling, but because he wanted the statement to be as precise as the memories it corroborated. Hermione helped him and then drafted her own statement, covering her observations of Harry's behavior at school, the flinching, the food hoarding, the way he'd eat as though every meal might be his last. Ginny wrote a statement too, though she'd never been to Privet Drive. She wrote about what she'd observed at school and at the Burrow, how Harry reacted to being included in a family, the way he went still and uncertain when Mrs. Weasley hugged him, how he always seemed surprised when someone remembered his birthday. Small details that painted a portrait of a boy who had never learned to expect kindness. Remus drafted a letter to Madame Pomfrey, explaining the situation and requesting that she provide Harry's medical records voluntarily. He agonized over the wording for 2 hours before Sirius took the quill from his hand and said, "Just tell her the truth, Moony. Poppy will do the right thing." Harry sat in his room alone and wrote his statement. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Harder than the memory extractions, harder than standing in the hearing room and speaking to the judges, harder than any of it. Because the memories were memories, they existed whether he wanted them to or not, and extracting them was a matter of technique, not creation. The statement was something he had to build from scratch. He had to take the raw material of his life and shape it into words that communicated not just what had happened but what it had meant. He started with the cupboard, because that was where everything started. He wrote about what it was like to sleep in a space barely large enough to lie down in, to count spiders in the dark because there was nothing else to do, to learn that his full name was Boy because nobody called him Harry. He wrote about the slow, grinding monotony of it, not the dramatic moments, not the hitting or the screaming, but the everyday weight of being unwanted. The way Aunt Petunia's lip curled when she looked at him. The way Uncle Vernon talked about him in the third person as though he weren't in the room. The way Dudley learned, by watching his parents, that Harry was a thing to be used and discarded. He wrote about Hogwarts, the revelation that he was a person, that he had a name and a history and people who had loved him. The dizzying joy of belonging somewhere, of having friends, of being good at something. And then the crushing return to Privet Drive every summer, the annual reminder that the Wizarding World's celebration of him was conditional and temporary, and that underneath the fame he was still just a boy nobody wanted. He wrote about Dumbledore. Not with anger, the anger was there, but he kept it banked, let it fuel the writing without overwhelming it. He wrote about trust. About what it meant to be 11 years old and to believe, with the absolute faith of a child who has never been given a reason to trust anyone, that this kind old man with the twinkling eyes was going to make everything better. About how that trust was used, not maliciously, maybe, but instrumentally. Dumbledore had earned Harry's trust and then leveraged it to keep him compliant, to keep him in a placement that served Dumbledore's strategic interests, to keep him available as a weapon against Voldemort. He wrote about the greater good. About how those 2 words had been used to justify everything from a cupboard under the stairs to the murder of his parents, and how he had finally understood that, the greater good, was just a way of saying, your suffering doesn't count. He wrote for 4 hours. When he finished, the statement was 9 feet of parchment, and his hand ached, and his eyes were burning, and he felt like he'd turned himself inside out and laid the contents on the table for the world to examine. He rolled the parchment, sealed it, and set it aside. Then he sat in the dark hotel room and stared at the lake through the window and thought about what came next. What came next arrived at 11 o'clock that night, in the form of Albus Dumbledore. Harry was alone in his room. Ron had gone to Sirius and Remus's room to discuss something about the Weasley statements, when there was a knock on the door. Not the sharp rap of a hotel employee or the familiar pattern of his friends. A single, measured knock, like a punctuation mark. Harry knew. He opened the door. Dumbledore stood in the corridor. Without his formal robes, without the hearing room, without the audience, he looked older. Still imposing, you couldn't be nearly 7 feet tall with a silver beard and not be imposing, but diminished somehow. The corridor lighting was harsh, and it showed every line on his face, every shadow under his eyes. "Harry," he said. "May I come in?" Harry considered saying no. Considered closing the door, considered calling for Sirius, considered half a dozen responses that would have been safer and smarter. But Aurelie had told him during their preparation session that morning, if Dumbledore approaches you privately, let him talk. Listen to what he says and what he doesn't say. Every word is potential evidence. Harry stepped aside. Dumbledore entered the room and stood by the window, looking out at the same view Harry had been contemplating. The lake, the mountains, the lights. Geneva is beautiful, Dumbledore said. I attended my first ICW session here in 1946, just after Grindelwald's defeat. The world was rebuilding, and the Confederation was full of hope. I remember thinking that this was how it should be, nations working together, putting aside their differences for the common good. He paused. The common good. Not the greater good. There's a distinction, though I confess I didn't always observe it. Harry said nothing. He leaned against the wall by the door and waited. Dumbledore turned from the window. Without the twinkle, without the performance, his eyes were just blue. Old and tired and, Harry thought, genuinely sad. I didn't come here to argue the case, Dumbledore said. Heinrich tells me that would be inadvisable, and in any event, the case will be argued in 5 days and there is little I can say now that won't be said better then. He folded his hands. I came because there are things I owe you. Things I should have said years ago, and didn't, because I was afraid. Harry's eyebrows rose. Afraid? Of exactly this. Of you looking at me the way you're looking at me now, with clarity, without deference. I have grown accustomed to deference, Harry. It is the privilege and the curse of being old and powerful and usually right. People defer to me, and I let them, and over the decades I have confused that deference with trust. They are not the same thing. No, Harry said. They're not. I knew about the cupboard. Dumbledore said it simply, without preamble, without equivocation. I knew before your Hogwarts letter was sent. Arabella Figg reported to me regularly, she lived on your street, watched you grow up. She told me about the cupboard, about the chores, about Dudley's cruelty. She told me you were thin and quiet and that you never had friends over, never went to birthday parties, never did any of the things that normal children do. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. And I decided that it was acceptable. I told myself that the blood wards were paramount, that the protection they provided was worth the cost, that I was making a difficult but necessary choice in a world full of difficult and necessary choices. He paused. I was wrong. The words landed in the room like stones. You were wrong, Harry repeated. I was wrong. Not about the blood wards, they were real, and they did protect you. But I was wrong to treat them as an absolute that overrode everything else. There were alternatives. I could have intervened with the Dursleys, compelled better treatment through magic or through threat. I could have arranged part-time placement with a wizarding family while maintaining the blood connection through periodic visits. I could have done any number of things that would have preserved the protection without subjecting you to what you endured. His voice was steady, but Harry could hear the fractures underneath. I chose the simplest option, leave the boy where he is and don't look too closely, because it was convenient, and because looking closely would have required me to act, and acting would have been complicated, and I had so many other complications to manage. You left me in a cupboard because it was convenient. Yes. That is what I did. And I have told myself for 14 years that I did it for noble reasons, and perhaps I did, but the reasons don't change the result. The result is that a child in my care was abused, and I knew, and I let it continue. Harry stared at him. This wasn't what he'd expected. He'd prepared himself for arguments, justifications, the familiar script of blood wards and greater goods. He hadn't prepared for this, for Dumbledore standing in a hotel room and admitting, plainly and without caveat, that he'd been wrong. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Now, the night before you have to prepare a defense? Your lawyer would have a heart attack if he knew you were here. Heinrich would indeed be displeased. But I am not here as a respondent in a legal proceeding. I am here as a man who owes a debt to a boy he failed. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's green ones, and for the first time, there was no performance in them, no twinkle, no warmth, no carefully calibrated kindness. Just a very old man looking at the consequences of his choices. I will not ask you to withdraw the petition. You have every right to pursue it, and the ICW has every right to hear it. What I will ask, and it is a request, not a demand, is that when the tribunal is concluded, whatever the outcome, you allow me to speak with you. Not as your headmaster, not as the supreme mugwump, not as any of the titles I hide behind. As Albus. A man who made a terrible mistake and would like the chance, however inadequate, to make some measure of amends. Harry was quiet for a long time. The lake glittered outside the window. Somewhere in the hotel, he could hear Ron's distant laughter, a warm, human sound that grounded him. I'll think about it, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. He moved toward the door, and Harry stepped aside to let him pass. At the threshold, Dumbledore paused. For what it is worth, and I understand it may be worth very little, I am proud of you. Not for what you endured, but for what you are doing about it. It takes a particular kind of courage to stand in a room full of powerful people and say, you were wrong. I have not always had that courage myself. He left. The door closed softly behind him. Harry stood alone in the room and felt the silence settle around him. He replayed Dumbledore's words in his mind, the admission, the apology, the request. He looked for the manipulation, the strategic angle, the hidden play. Dumbledore was a chess master, every move served a purpose. But he couldn't find it. Maybe it was there and he was too tired to see it. Or maybe, just maybe, an old man had finally looked at what he'd done and couldn't justify it anymore. Harry didn't know which possibility frightened him more. He sat on the edge of the bed, put his face in his hands, and breathed until his heart rate came down. Then he got up, walked to Sirius's room, and knocked on the door. When Sirius opened it, Harry told him everything. He's trying to control the narrative, Sirius said immediately. Privately admitting fault so that he can position himself as the remorseful elder statesman at the tribunal. It's brilliant. If the judges see Dumbledore as a man who's already acknowledged his mistakes, they'll be more lenient. Maybe, Harry said. There's no maybe about it. This is Dumbledore. Every conversation is a chess move. Or maybe he's 150 years old and he just watched 6 hours of evidence showing what he did to a child and he couldn't sleep, Remus said quietly from the desk chair. Those aren't mutually exclusive, Sirius. He can be strategic and sincere at the same time. He can also be sincere and still wrong, Hermione said. She'd appeared in the doorway during Harry's account, drawn by the sound of voices. His sincerity doesn't change the facts. If he genuinely regrets what he did, the appropriate response is to cooperate with the tribunal, not to approach the petitioner privately the night before the defense preparation begins. Hermione's right, Aurelie's voice came from behind Hermione. She was in the corridor in a dressing gown, looking unsurprised. Dumbledore's visit was improper, arguably a violation of ICW procedural rules regarding ex parte contact between respondents and petitioners. We could file a complaint. No, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. We're not filing a complaint. We're not using this against him at the tribunal. If he was sincere, then using his apology as a weapon would be wrong. If he wasn't sincere, then it doesn't matter anyway because the evidence speaks for itself. He looked at each of them. I didn't start this to destroy Dumbledore. I started it to hold him accountable. There's a difference. The room was quiet. You're a better person than I am, Sirius said. You set that bar pretty low, Remus murmured, and Sirius threw a pillow at him. Harry almost smiled. Everyone get some sleep. We've got 5 days to prepare, and I want to be ready. He went back to his room, lay down on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. The lake light rippled across the plaster, shifting patterns of silver and shadow. 5 days. He closed his eyes, and this time, he slept. Chapter 5, The Reckoning. The 5 days before the full tribunal were the busiest of Harry's life, and he'd once spent a year dealing with a basilisk, a fraudulent professor, and the petrification of his best friend, so the bar was high. Orly ran them like a unit. Every morning at 7, they gathered in her hotel room, now permanently transformed into a war room, with evidence charts pinned to the walls and a scheduling board that updated itself magically, and received the day's assignments. Every evening at 9, they reconvened to review progress, identify gaps, and prepare for the next day. In between, Harry barely sat down. The Weasley statements came first. Ron had sent owls to Fred, George, Arthur, and Molly on their second day in Geneva, using Orly's private courier service to avoid ministry interception. Fred and George responded within hours, a joint statement, characteristically blunt, describing the night they'd rescued Harry from Privet Drive. They didn't soften it. They described the bars on the window, the locks on the door, the cat flap, and the emaciated boy who'd looked up at them from behind it all with an expression they'd never been able to forget. He weighed nothing, Fred had written. When we pulled him through the window, it was like lifting a bundle of sticks. He was 12 years old and I could count his ribs through his shirt. George's addition was a single line at the bottom, we told our parents. We told Dumbledore. Nobody did anything. That's on them. Arthur Weasley's statement arrived the following day, longer, more measured, radiating the particular anguish of a father who had seen a child in distress and failed to act with sufficient force. He described seeing Harry at the burrow after the rescue, how thin and pale and watchful the boy had been, how he'd eaten as though each meal might be confiscated. He described reporting his concerns to Dumbledore and receiving the same answer everyone received, the blood wards, the protection, the necessity. I should have pushed harder, Arthur wrote. I should have gone to the ministry, to the Wisingamot, to anyone who would listen. I didn't, because I trusted Albus, and because it was easier to trust Albus than to confront the possibility that the most respected wizard in Britain was knowingly leaving a child in harm's way. That trust was a failure of my own moral courage, and I accept responsibility for it. Molly's statement was the last to arrive, and it was devastating. Not because of what she'd observed, though she confirmed everything Arthur and the twins had described, but because of what she'd done about it. Molly Weasley had confronted Dumbledore. Twice. Once in the summer of 1992, after the bars on the window incident, and once in 1994, after Harry arrived at the Burrow for the Quidditch World Cup looking like he'd spent the summer in a workhouse. Both times, she'd been turned away with the same gentle assurances. Both times, she'd accepted those assurances, because she was Molly Weasley and she trusted authority figures and she wanted to believe that the great Albus Dumbledore wouldn't leave a child to suffer. I fed him, she wrote. I knitted him jumpers. I included him in our family. And I told myself that was enough, that I was doing my part, that the rest was Dumbledore's responsibility. But it wasn't enough. Feeding a child 3 weeks a year doesn't make up for starving him the other 49. I should have fought harder. I should have been louder. I should have been the mother that boy needed instead of the mother who made herself feel better by sending fudge at Christmas. Ron read his mother's statement and left the room for 20 minutes. When he came back, his eyes were swollen but his jaw was set, and he sat down at the desk and resumed working without a word. Madame Pomfrey's medical records arrived on day 3, hand-delivered by Remus, who had made a covert trip to Hogwarts through a fluke connection that Orly had arranged through the ICW secure network. The records were exactly what Hermione had predicted, a damning chronicle of annual malnutrition, underweight assessments, and nutrition potion prescriptions dating back to September 1991. Pomfrey had kept meticulous notes. Each entry began with the same clinical observation: patient presents underweight for age and height, consistent with chronic caloric restriction, and ended with the same recommendation: nutrition potion regimen initiated. Recommend investigation of home conditions. That recommendation appeared in every single year's notes. 5 years of a school nurse recommending investigation. 5 years of that recommendation being ignored. Pomfrey had also sent a personal letter, addressed to Harry. Dear Mr. Potter, Remus has told me what you're doing. I want you to know that I support you completely, and that I am prepared to testify in person if the tribunal requires it. I also want you to know that I am sorry. I flag my concerns every year. I sent reports to the headmaster, to the deputy headmistress, to the board of governors. I was told, each time, that the situation was being monitored and that intervention was not necessary. I accepted this because I believed the people above me had information I didn't, that there were reasons for the placement that justified the condition you arrived in every September. I no longer believe that. I should have gone outside the school. I should have contacted St. Mungo's, or the ministry's child welfare office, or, as I now understand, the ICW directly. Instead, I trusted the chain of command, and the chain of command failed you. You deserved better care than I gave you. I am more sorry than I can express. Poppy Pomfrey Hermione catalogued the medical records with her usual precision, cross-referencing Pomfrey's entries with the timeline of Harry's memories and the statements from the Weasleys. The result was a document that read like an indictment, a year-by-year account of a child's suffering, documented by multiple independent sources, all pointing to the same conclusion: everyone knew, and nobody acted. The ward specialists arrived on day 4. Aurelie had been as good as her word. 3 experts, from 3 countries, each with decades of experience in protective warding, Professor Margot Delacroix of the French Ministry's Department of Magical Security, Dr. Ammonius Rashid of the Egyptian Institute of Magical Sciences, and Mestre Valentina Costa of the Brazilian Warding Academy. They were installed in a conference room at the ICW headquarters, given access to the evidence package, and asked a single question: was full-time residence at No. 4 Privet Drive the only viable method of maintaining the blood protection established by Lily Potter's sacrifice? Their answers, delivered independently and without consultation, were unanimous. No. Professor Delacroix's analysis was technical and thorough. Blood proximity wards, the type Dumbledore claimed to have established, required a connection between the protected subject and a blood relative of the caster, but that connection could be maintained through periodic physical contact rather than continuous residence. A visit of 24 hours every 3 months would have been sufficient to sustain the wards at full strength. Full-time residence was not only unnecessary but potentially counterproductive, as the emotional distress caused by the abusive environment could actually weaken the ward's efficacy. Dr. Rashid approached the question from a different angle entirely. The Egyptian tradition of blood magic was older and more extensively documented than the European version, and Rashid had spent 30 years studying the interaction between blood protections and the subject's emotional state. His conclusion was blunt: a blood ward anchored in maternal sacrifice, the strongest form of blood protection known to magical theory, drew its power from love. An environment characterized by hatred, cruelty, and emotional deprivation was antithetical to the ward's nature. The Dursley household, far from strengthening the protection, was actively degrading it. Mestre Costa's contribution was perhaps the most damaging to Dumbledore's position. She was a specialist in alternative protection schemes, and she presented the tribunal with 7 distinct ward configurations that would have provided equal or superior protection to the blood proximity ward, including the Fidelius charm, which Dumbledore himself had cast for the Potters in 1981 and which was demonstrably effective against the very threat he claimed the blood wards were essential to counter. In summary, Costa said, when Aurelie asked her to distill her findings, the respondent had multiple options available, any of which would have protected the child without requiring placement in an abusive home. The choice to rely exclusively on the blood proximity ward was not a matter of magical necessity. It was a matter of convenience. That word again. Convenience. Dumbledore himself had used it in his late-night visit to Harry's room. The word was becoming the case's gravitational center, the point around which everything else orbited. A child's suffering, weighed against an old man's convenience, and found wanting. On the morning of the 5th day, Harry woke to find Geneva transformed. Not the city itself, the city was the same, lake and mountains and improbable cleanliness. But the atmosphere around the ICW headquarters had changed overnight. When Aurelie's car pulled up to Rue de Vermont, the bookshop entrance was surrounded by people. Dozens of them, wizards and witches from half the countries in the world, carrying signs and banners in a babel of languages. Harry caught fragments as the car crept through the crowd: Justice for Harry Potter in English, Proges les enfants magiques in French, Dumbledore must answer in block letters on a banner held by a group of young witches in robes that looked Scandinavian. Word got out, Sirius said, unnecessarily. Word didn't get out, Orally corrected, studying the crowd through the car window. Word exploded. Le Monde Magique ran a front-page story 2 days ago. Die Zauberpost followed. The Magical Times of India. The Brazilian Registro Magico. Every major magical publication in the world has covered this. She paused. The Daily Prophet has not. Of course it hasn't, Harry said. Fudge controls the Prophet. For now. But the international coverage is reaching British wizards through other channels. The ICW's Public Information Office has received over 3,000 letters of support since the preliminary review. A petition, separate from yours, calling for an independent investigation into the British Ministry's handling of magical child welfare has been signed by delegates from 62 member nations. Harry stared at the crowd outside the window. 62 nations. 3,000 letters. People who had never met him, who knew him only as a name and a scar, who had watched or read about the memories he'd pulled from his own head and had decided that it mattered. He'd wanted the world to see. The world was seeing. The car pulled around to a side entrance, Orly's foresight again, and they entered the ICW headquarters through a service corridor that bypassed the crowded atrium. Even here, the atmosphere was charged. Staff members who passed them in the corridor nodded to Harry with expressions that ranged from sympathy to quiet respect. A young witch from the translation office stopped Orly and pressed a folded note into her hand, whispering something in Portuguese. Orly read it, nodded, and tucked it into her pocket. What was that? Harry asked. The Brazilian delegation has requested observer status at the tribunal. So have 12 other national delegations. She said it with studied casualness. The hearing room has been changed to the Grand Assembly Chamber to accommodate the attendance. The Grand Assembly Chamber, Hermione repeated, her voice climbing half an octave. That's the main hall. That's where the full Confederation meets. Yes. How many people does it hold? 800. Ron made a strangled noise. Harry kept walking. The Grand Assembly Chamber was everything the preliminary hearing room was not. Where Hearing Room 7 had been intimate and enclosed, the Assembly Chamber was vast, a soaring rotunda with a domed ceiling of enchanted glass showing the real sky, ringed by ascending tiers of seats that rose like the interior of a coliseum. The judge's bench was elevated at the center of the floor, facing the petitioner and respondent tables. Behind and above, the observer galleries could indeed hold 800, and as Harry walked across the marble floor to the petitioner's table, he could see that they were filling up. Delegates from dozens of nations filed into the galleries, their robes a kaleidoscope of cultural styles, Japanese formal wear beside West African Kent beside South American embroidered cloaks beside the austere black of Northern European magical traditions. Reporters occupied an entire section, their quick quotes quills already scratching. A translation charm hung over the chamber like an invisible cloud, ready to render every word into every language simultaneously. And at the respondents' table, Dumbledore sat with his advocate and 2 new additions, a thin, angular which Harry didn't recognize and a wizard who bore the unmistakable look of a ward specialist, with chalk dust on his fingers and rune diagrams poking out of his briefcase. Orly surveyed the opposition and smiled. He brought a ward expert. Good. That means he knows our experts are a threat. Is 1 ward expert enough to counter 3? Harry asked. Not if ours are better. And ours are better. They took their seats. Harry's team filled the petitioner's section, Orly at the table beside Harry, Sirius directly behind them, then Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Remus in a row. The Weasley statements, Pomfrey's records, and the ward experts' reports were stacked in organized folders that Hermione had prepared with color-coded tabs and an index. The evidence case sat on the table, its 22 crystal vials catching the light from the enchanted ceiling. At 9 o'clock precisely, a door behind the judge's bench opened, and 7 people entered. Harry recognized 3 of them, Okafor, Tanaka, and Lindqvist from the preliminary panel. The 4 new judges were strangers, a tall, weathered wizard in robes of sandy gold who carried himself like a soldier, a slight woman with dark eyes and silver-streaked black hair whose robes bore the emblem of the Indian Magical Congress, a broad-shouldered man with a thick black beard and the formal dress of the Middle Eastern magical tradition, and an older witch with sharp features and cool gray eyes who wore the plain dark robes of someone who didn't need ornamentation to command. Attention! The full tribunal convened under Article 31 of the International Confederation Charter, announced the clerk. Petition ICW, OMCW, 2995-31, Potter v. Dumbledore and others. Presiding, Judge Adiz Okafor. Sitting, Judge Kenji Tanaka, Judge Bridget Lindqvist, Judge Rodrigo Alvarez of the Mexican Magical Senate, Judge Priya Chakraborty of the Indian Magical Congress, Judge Ibrahim al-Rashidi of the Arabian Magical Council, and Judge Helena Voronova of the Eastern European Magical Confederation. 7 judges. 7 nations. The full weight of international magical justice, assembled in the grandest chamber of the ICW, for a case about a boy and a cupboard. Harry breathed. Judge Okafor called the proceedings to order. The preliminaries were brief: confirmation of parties, acknowledgement of evidence, procedural ground rules. Then she turned to Aurélie. Advocate de Rosier, the petitioner may present his case. Aurélie stood. She looked out at the chamber, the judges, the galleries, the 800 observers, the press, and she was, in that moment, exactly what Harry needed her to be. Not angry, not emotional, not performing. Just precise, and relentless, and absolutely certain. Esteemed judges, members of the Confederation, we are here because of a failure. Not a single failure, not a momentary lapse, but a systematic, sustained, institutional failure that left a magical child in conditions of abuse and neglect for 13 years. The evidence will show that this failure was not accidental. It was the result of deliberate decisions made by individuals who had the power to intervene and chose not to, who weighed a child's suffering against their own convenience and their own strategic interests and decided that the child's suffering was an acceptable cost. She laid it out. Methodically, comprehensively, devastatingly. The placement in 1981, Dumbledore's unilateral decision, rubber-stamped by a Wisengamot that didn't bother to ask where the child would sleep. The Hogwarts letter addressed to the cupboard, proof of knowledge, ignored. Pomfrey's annual medical reports, 5 years of documented malnutrition, 5 years of recommendations for investigation, 5 years of silence from the school administration. Arabella Figg's reports, a network of surveillance that recorded the abuse in real time and transmitted it directly to Dumbledore, who filed it away and did nothing. Remus Lupin's letter and Dumbledore's dismissive reply, brusque but not harmful, written about a woman who screamed at a 6-year-old until he fell over in the dirt. Molly Weasley's confrontations, twice raising concerns, twice being deflected by the same gentle assurances. And then the memories. They played all 22. The Grand Assembly Chamber, with its enchanted acoustics and projection capabilities, rendered them in a detail and scale that the smaller hearing room hadn't been able to match. The cupboard didn't just appear in the center of the chamber, it surrounded them. The judges, the observers, the entire room was submerged in the cramped, dark, spider-infested space where a 4-year-old boy slept, and they felt what he felt, the hunger, the fear, the bottomless loneliness. Some of the delegates in the upper gallery stood to leave and then stopped, frozen, unable to look away. Memory after memory. The 15-hour lockup. The stove. Vernon's midnight whispers. The bars on the window. The frying pan. The garden shed in January. Aunt Marge's dog. Christmas mornings with 37 presents for Dudley and a wire hanger for Harry. And the final memory, Dumbledore's office after the third task, the gentle voice, the lemon drop, the greater good. When the last memory faded, the chamber was so quiet that Harry could hear his own heartbeat. Aurélie didn't pause. She called Remus Lupin to testify. Remus walked to the witness stand, a raised platform at the center of the chamber, facing the judges, and told his story. The visit to Privet Drive, the 6-year-old weeding in the heat, the letter to Dumbledore, the dismissive reply. He told it simply and without embellishment, and the simplicity was what made it devastating. Not a dramatic narrative, not a polished speech, just a man standing in front of the world and saying, "I saw a child in distress and I wrote a letter and the most powerful wizard in Britain told me not to worry about it." "Professor Lupin," Aurelie said. "At any point during your interactions with Dumbledore regarding Harry Potter's welfare, did he indicate that he was aware of the specific conditions at the Dursley residence?" "Yes," Remus said. "After I described what I'd observed, Harry's appearance, his aunt's behavior, Dumbledore responded in terms that indicated he already knew. He said, and I quote, 'Petunia's manner is brusque but not harmful.' That's not the response of someone learning new information. That's the response of someone who has already assessed the situation and decided it's acceptable." "And did you accept that assessment?" "I did. To my profound regret, I did. Because he was Albus Dumbledore, and I was a werewolf who had been conditioned by a lifetime of marginalization to defer to authority. I told myself he knew more than I did, that he had access to information I didn't, that his judgment was better than mine." Remus's voice was steady, but his hands gripped the railing of the witness stand. "I was wrong. His judgment wasn't better. It was just louder." The gallery murmured. A delegate from, Harry thought it might be the Nigerian delegation, was openly weeping. After Remus, Aurelie called the ward specialists. One by one, they took the stand and dismantled Dumbledore's central defense with the calm authority of experts who had spent their careers studying exactly this kind of magic. Professor Delacroix explained the mechanics of blood proximity wards and demonstrated, through detailed analysis, that periodic contact would have been sufficient. She produced a mathematical model, ward theory expressed in equations that most of the gallery couldn't follow but that the judges clearly could, showing that the ward strength at Privet Drive was actually declining over time due to the toxic emotional environment. Dr. Rashid went further. He presented historical case studies from the Egyptian magical tradition where blood protections had been maintained through periodic contact across vast distances, a mother in Cairo whose sacrificial protection had shielded her son in Alexandria, 400 miles away, through quarterly visits. The protection had held for 17 years without continuous residence. The audience of the entire chamber depended on it. If Rashid was right, and his evidence was extensive, then Dumbledore's insistence on full-time residence was not a reasonable interpretation of the magic but a deliberate overstatement. Mestre Costa delivered the final blow. She presented her 7 alternative protection schemes, each one a viable replacement for the blood proximity ward. She walked the judges through each configuration, explaining how it would have been implemented, what resources it would have required, and how effective it would have been against the specific threat of Voldemort. Her conclusion was damning in its simplicity. Any competent ward specialist, given the resources available to Dumbledore, could have devised a protection plan that didn't require a child to live in an abusive home. The fact that Dumbledore didn't seek alternatives wasn't a reflection of the magical limitations. It was a reflection of his priorities. Stellar cross-examined each expert. He was skilled, Harry had to give him that. He probed for inconsistencies, challenged methodologies, questioned whether theoretical alternatives would have held up against the specific and unprecedented dark magic that Voldemort represented. He was doing his job, and he was doing it well. But the experts held. Delacroix met every technical challenge with data. Rashid countered every hypothetical with historical precedent. Costa responded to every objection with an alternative, and another, until the tribunal was looking at a catalogue of options that Dumbledore had never explored because he'd never bothered to look. By the end of the expert testimony, Dumbledore's blood ward defense was in ruins. The tribunal recessed for lunch. Harry didn't eat. He sat in the private conference room that Aurelie had commandeered and stared at his written statement, 9 feet of parchment that he'd committed to memory over the past 5 days. After lunch, he would take the stand. He would face the 7 judges and the 800 observers and the press and Dumbledore and tell them, in his own words, what his life had been. "You don't have to read it," Orly said, setting a glass of water in front of him. "You know it. Trust that. I'm not nervous about forgetting." "What are you nervous about?" Harry looked at the parchment. "That it won't be enough. That they'll hear it and feel sorry for me and hand down some mild censure and send me back to the Dursleys anyway, because that's what always happens. People feel sorry for me and then they do nothing." Orly sat down across from him. She folded her hands on the table, a gesture that reminded him, painfully, of Dumbledore, though her hands were smaller and darker and bore the calluses of decades of writing. "Harry. I have practiced before the ICW for 30 years. I have argued cases involving children from 17 different countries, children who were abused and neglected and forgotten by the systems that should have protected them. Some of those cases I won. Some I lost. And in all that time, across all those cases, I have never, presented evidence as strong as what we have today. But, let me finish. The evidence is overwhelming. The testimony is devastating. The expert analysis has demolished the respondent's only viable defense. And the petitioner, you, is the most famous magical child in the world, which means this case will set a precedent that no future court can ignore." She leaned forward. "This tribunal is not going to send you back to the Dursleys. This tribunal is not going to issue a mild censure. This tribunal is going to render a judgment that will change the way the wizarding world treats its children, because the evidence demands nothing less, and because you had the courage to bring it." Harry looked at her. "You're very good at this. I am the best at this. That is why Sirius hired me." She stood. "Eat something. Drink the water. And when they call you to the stand, tell them the truth. That's all you've ever needed to do." She left. Harry drank the water. He picked up a sandwich that someone, probably Hermione, had left on the table, and he ate it without tasting it, and he thought about what he was going to say. Not the statement. He knew the statement. He'd memorized every word, every pause, every transition. But there was something else, something that had been forming in the back of his mind for 5 days, something that the statement didn't quite capture and that he needed to find words for before he took the stand. The door opened and Ron came in, followed by Hermione and Ginny. They sat down around the table without being asked, not because they had anything to say, Harry realized, but because they wanted to be near him. The simple, physical fact of their presence. Ron on his left, Hermione on his right, Ginny across the table. His people. His evidence that Vernon had been wrong, that somebody did want him, that he wasn't nothing, that he had never been nothing. "Thanks," Harry said. "For what?" Ron asked. "Just, this. Being here." Ron shrugged, as if flying to another country to help your best friend take on the most powerful wizard in Britain was an ordinary Tuesday. "Where else would we be?" Hermione took his hand under the table. Ginny met his eyes across it and gave him a nod, just one, firm and sure. The conference room door opened. Orly stood in the frame. "They're ready for you." Harry stood. He left the statement on the table. He didn't need it. The walk from the conference room to the witness stand in the Grand Assembly chamber was perhaps 40 meters. Harry covered it in silence, his footsteps echoing on the marble floor, 800 pairs of eyes tracking his progress. The enchanted ceiling above showed a sky of deep, brilliant blue, cloudless, endless, the kind of sky you could fall into. He stepped onto the witness platform and turned to face the judges. 7 faces, 7 nations, 7 people who held the power to change his life. Behind them, the gallery stretched upward in tiers of color and motion, delegates, reporters, observers, the entire international wizarding community watching a 15-year-old boy stand alone in the center of a room designed for the deliberations of nations. Harry looked at the judges. He looked at the galleries. He looked at Dumbledore, who sat at the respondents' table with his hands folded and his blue eyes fixed on Harry's face. And he spoke. "My name is Harry Potter. I'm 15 years old. For the first 11 years of my life, I lived in a cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, in a Muggle suburb in Surrey, England. I was placed there by Albus Dumbledore when I was 15 months old, after my parents were murdered. I was raised by my mother's sister, Petunia Dursley, and her husband, Vernon, who hated me from the day I arrived and never let me forget it. He didn't raise his voice. The chamber's acoustics carried his words to every corner, every tier, every ear. He spoke the way he'd spoken to Orally in that first preparation session, directly, without embellishment, without self-pity. You've seen the memories. You know what happened in that house. I'm not going to describe it again, the memories are more accurate than anything I could say, and I think you've seen enough to understand. What I want to talk about is something the memories can't show you. I want to talk about what it does to a child to grow up knowing he's unwanted." He paused. Not for effect, he needed a breath. When you're very young, 3, 4 years old, you don't understand abuse as a concept. You don't have the framework for it. You just know that the people you live with don't like you, that they get angry when you exist too loudly, that the safest thing you can do is be small and quiet and invisible. And when that's all you've ever known, you think it's normal. You think this is what family is. You think everyone lives like this. A delegate in the third tier pressed a hand to her mouth. Then you get a little older, and you start to realize that other children don't live like this. Dudley, my cousin, had a bedroom, and presents, and parents who hugged him and took him places and told him he was special. I had a cupboard and a list of chores and the understanding that I should be grateful for the food I was given, when I was given it. And you start to ask yourself, what's wrong with me? What did I do? Why am I the one in the cupboard? His voice was steady. He'd expected it to shake, had braced for it, had planned around it, but it didn't. The words came out clean and clear, as though they'd been waiting for this room and this moment and this audience. The answer, of course, is nothing. I didn't do anything. I was a baby when I was put there, and nothing a baby does warrants being locked in a cupboard for 10 years. But when you're a child, you don't know that. So you internalize it. You build your identity around the idea that you're fundamentally defective, that you deserve what you're getting, that if you could just be better, quieter, more useful, less of a burden, maybe they'd let you out. He looked directly at Dumbledore. And then, when you're 11, a letter arrives. And you find out that you're not defective at all, that you're a wizard, that you're famous, that a whole world of people thinks you're a hero. And for one incredible, dizzying moment, you think, it's over. Someone's come to rescue me. The nightmare is finally going to end. He held Dumbledore's gaze. But it doesn't end. Because the man who runs the wizarding world, the man everyone trusts, the man who defeated the last Dark Lord, the man who controls the school and the court and the international body you're all sitting in right now, that man has decided that the cupboard is where you belong. And every summer, like clockwork, he sends you back. The chamber was so still that Harry could hear the scratch of quills from the press gallery. Professor Dumbledore told you yesterday that he kept me alive. He's right. I'm alive. But I want you to understand what that life looked like. Because there's a version of this story where I'm a grateful orphan, rescued from obscurity by a kind headmaster, protected by ancient magic, destined for great things. That's the version the newspapers tell. That's the version the chocolate frog cards sell. And it's a lie. He took a breath. The truth is that I came to Hogwarts every September malnourished and flinching. The truth is that my school nurse put me on nutrition potions for 5 consecutive years and nobody asked why. The truth is that I told my headmaster I didn't want to go back and he told me to endure it for the greater good. The truth is that I was a chess piece, useful, valuable, worth keeping alive, but not worth keeping safe. Not worth keeping happy. Not worth keeping whole. He turned back to the judges. I'm not here to destroy Albus Dumbledore. I know that's what some people think this is about, a teenager lashing out, settling scores. It's not. Professor Dumbledore has done extraordinary things for the wizarding world, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But extraordinary achievements don't exempt a person from accountability. They don't give anyone the right to decide that a child's suffering is an acceptable price for their strategic objectives. Judge Okafor-Mensah's dark eyes were fixed on him with an intensity that would have been intimidating if Harry hadn't already survived things more frightening than a judge's gaze. I'm here because I spent 13 years being told, by the Dursleys, by Vernon, by the voice in my head that Vernon put there, that I was nothing. That nobody wanted me. That I should be grateful for whatever scraps of dignity I was allowed. And I'm here to say, in front of the entire international wizarding community, that it was wrong. Not complicated, not justified, not a necessary sacrifice. Wrong. He paused. And I'm here because somewhere in the world right now, there's another child in another cupboard. Maybe not literally, maybe it's a different kind of cruelty, a different kind of neglect. But there's a child out there who is being hurt by the people who are supposed to protect them, and the adults who could intervene are choosing not to, because it's inconvenient, or because they trust the wrong person, or because they've decided that the greater good requires one more child to suffer in silence. He felt something in his chest, not anger, not grief, but the thing that lived underneath both of them. The thing that had driven him from Grimmauld Place to Geneva, from a cupboard under the stairs to the center of the most powerful chamber in the wizarding world. I'm here to say, no more. Not for me, and not for anyone. No more cupboards. No more greater goods that require children to pay the price. No more trusting the adults in the room to do the right thing, because they won't, not unless we hold them accountable, not unless we make it impossible for them to look away. He stopped. The chamber was silent. 800 people, 7 judges, and the most powerful wizard alive, all watching a 15-year-old boy who had slept in a cupboard and was now standing in the halls of international justice and demanding that the world change. That's all I have to say, Harry said. Thank you. He stepped down from the witness platform. His legs were shaking, the only part of him that had betrayed any nerves throughout the entire speech, but he made it to the petitioner's table without stumbling and sat down. Aurelie placed her hand briefly on his arm. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Behind him, in the gallery, someone began to clap. It spread. Not a wild ovation, this was a judicial proceeding, and there was decorum to maintain, but a sustained, deliberate applause that moved through the galleries like a wave, growing in volume and intensity until Judge Okafor-Mensah raised her hand for silence. The silence, when it came, was different from the one before. Before Harry's testimony, the quiet had been the hush of anticipation. Now it was the silence of a room that had been changed, the collective intake of breath before a new reality takes shape. Dumbledore's defense came next. Stellar presented it competently. He called Dumbledore to the stand, and the old wizard told his story, the night at Godric's Hollow, the decision to place Harry with blood relatives, the blood wards, the protection, the threat of Voldemort. He spoke with gravity and eloquence, and every word was carefully chosen to frame his decisions as the painful but necessary actions of a man bearing an impossible burden. Dumbledore's ward expert, a Swiss specialist named Professor Gerhard Brenner, testified that in his opinion, the blood proximity ward required continuous residence to maintain peak efficacy. He was competent and credentialed, and his analysis was technically sound. But he was one expert against 3, and when Aurelie cross-examined him, the cracks showed. She asked whether he'd considered the Egyptian research on emotional degradation of blood wards. He hadn't. She asked whether he'd evaluated any alternative protection schemes. He hadn't been asked to. She asked whether, in his professional opinion, a ward specialist of Dumbledore's caliber could have devised an alternative that maintained blood protection without full-time residence. Brenner hesitated. In theory, yes. But the practical, thank you, Professor. No further questions. The thin, angular which turned out to be a character witness, a former colleague of Dumbledore's from the Wizengamot who testified to his dedication, his integrity, his lifelong commitment to protecting the innocent. She was sincere and well-spoken, and under other circumstances, her testimony might have carried weight. But she was testifying about Dumbledore's character in a room that had just spent 2 hours watching a child cry in a cupboard. Character references rang hollow against authenticated memories. By the time she finished, even the delegates who had come in sympathetic to Dumbledore were shifting uncomfortably in their seats. The final act of the defense was Dumbledore himself, not testimony this time, but a closing statement. Stellar had clearly advised him to be contrite, to acknowledge the failing while defending the reasoning, to present himself as a man who had erred in judgment but always acted in good faith. Dumbledore stood at the respondents' table and looked at the tribunal with eyes that carried 150 years of accumulated authority. "I have spent my life trying to protect people," he said. "Not always successfully. Not always wisely. The decisions I made regarding Harry Potter were made in the shadow of the darkest threat the wizarding world has ever faced, and I believed, genuinely, completely, that the protection of the Blood Wards was essential to Harry's survival." He paused. "I was wrong about the method. The evidence presented by the ward specialists has demonstrated that alternatives existed, and I should have sought them. That failure is mine, and I accept it fully. But I was not wrong about the threat. Voldemort was real. Voldemort has returned. And the child I placed at Privet Drive is alive today because of the protection that was maintained there, imperfect and costly though it was." He looked at Harry. "I cannot undo what was done. I cannot give Harry back the childhood he deserved. But I can stand before this tribunal and say what I should have said years ago: I am sorry. Not for trying to protect him, I will never apologize for that. But for not trying hard enough to protect him from everything else." It was, Harry admitted to himself, a good speech. Not as good as his own, it couldn't be, because Dumbledore was defending the indefensible and no amount of eloquence could make a cupboard under the stairs sound reasonable, but good. Sincere. The kind of speech that could, in a less thorough proceeding with less overwhelming evidence, have tipped the scales. But this wasn't a less thorough proceeding. This was the most documented case of magical child abuse in ICW history, and the evidence was a fortress that no speech, however eloquent, could breach. Aurelie delivered the closing argument for the petitioner. It was brief. She'd learned, over 30 years, that brevity was the ally of the side with the stronger case. "Esteemed judges, the respondent asks you to weigh his intentions against his actions. We ask you to weigh his actions against their consequences. The consequences are documented in 22 authenticated memories, in 5 years of medical records, in a drawer full of letters that were written and ignored, in the testimony of witnesses who saw what was happening and were told not to worry." She placed her hand on the evidence case. "The consequences are a child who slept in a cupboard for 10 years. A child who went hungry. A child who was beaten and belittled and told he was worthless by the people who were supposed to care for him, while the man who put him there watched from a distance and decided it was acceptable." She looked at the judges. "We ask this tribunal to find that the petitioner's rights under the International Confederation Charter were violated. We ask that the petitioner be immediately and permanently removed from the custody of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. We ask that the respondent, Albus Dumbledore, be censured for his role in enabling and perpetuating the petitioner's abuse. And we ask that this tribunal order an independent review of the British Ministry of Magic's handling of magical child welfare, to ensure that no other child is failed the way Harry Potter was failed." She sat down. Judge Okafor-Mensah looked at her fellow judges. A silent communication passed between them, the shorthand of professionals who had been evaluating evidence all day and had reached the same conclusion. "The tribunal will recess to deliberate," she said. "We will reconvene to deliver our judgment at," she glanced at the clock on the chamber wall. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. 7 o'clock this evening. 2 hours. The fastest deliberation in Article 31 history, according to Aurelie, who told Harry this in the conference room with an expression of carefully restrained triumph. 2 hours is not enough time to agonize, she said. 2 hours means they've already decided. They're using the recess to draft the written judgment, not to debate it. Is that good? Ron asked. Orly looked at him as though he'd asked whether water was wet. They waited. Harry sat in the conference room and did not pace, did not fidget, did not review the evidence or rehearse arguments or do any of the productive things he might have done. He sat in a chair by the window and watched the sky over Geneva turn from blue to gold to pink to deep violet, and he waited. The others waited with him, in their own ways. Ron played chess against himself on a conjured board, making moves and then undoing them, his mind working through patterns that had nothing to do with the game. Hermione read, not legal documents, for once, but a novel she'd brought from London, something thick and muggle and completely unrelated to anything. Ginny sat on the floor with her back against the wall and her eyes closed, not sleeping but resting, conserving energy for whatever came next. Remus and Sirius sat together on a bench by the door, speaking in low voices, the way old friends do when words are less important than proximity. At 6:45, Orly came for them. It's time. They walked back to the Grand Assembly chamber. The galleries were even more crowded than before. Word of the tribunal's rapid deliberation had spread through the ICW headquarters like wildfire, and every delegate, staffer, and journalist who could find a seat had found one. The chamber hummed with the low, electric buzz of collective anticipation. Harry took his seat at the petitioner's table. He folded his hands in front of him and looked at the judge's bench and breathed. At 7 o'clock exactly, the 7 judges filed in. Their faces were composed, professional, giving nothing away. Judge Okafor-Mensah carried a scroll of parchment that glowed faintly with the golden light of an official ICW seal. The chamber fell silent. The tribunal has reached its judgment in petition ICW, OMCW, 2995-31, Potter vs. Dumbledore and others, Judge Okafor-Mensah said. She unrolled the scroll. On the matter of the petitioner's treatment by his Muggle guardians, Vernon and Petunia Dursley, the tribunal finds that the petitioner was subjected to systematic physical abuse, emotional abuse, psychological cruelty, unlawful confinement, and chronic neglect over a period of approximately 13 years. These findings are based on authenticated Pensieve evidence, corroborating witness testimony, and medical documentation. The tribunal orders the immediate and permanent removal of the petitioner from the custody of the Dursleys and prohibits any future contact between the Dursleys and the petitioner without the petitioner's explicit consent. The matter of criminal proceedings against the Dursleys under Muggle law will be referred to the ICW Statute of Secrecy Liaison Office for appropriate coordination with Muggle authorities. The gallery stirred. Harry sat very still. On the matter of the respondent, Albus Dumbledore, the tribunal finds that Professor Dumbledore, in his capacity as the petitioner's de facto magical guardian and as the individual responsible for the petitioner's placement, failed in his duty of care. Specifically, the tribunal finds that Professor Dumbledore was aware of the abusive conditions at the Dursley residence and failed to intervene, that he actively discouraged others from intervening, that he dismissed concerns raised by multiple parties, and that he maintained the petitioner's placement for reasons of personal and strategic convenience when viable alternatives were available. Dumbledore sat motionless. His face was unreadable. The tribunal therefore orders the following. First, Professor Dumbledore is formally censured by the International Confederation of Wizards for dereliction of his duty of care toward a magical child. This censure will be entered into the permanent record of the Confederation. Second, Professor Dumbledore is relieved of his position as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation, effective immediately, on the grounds that an individual who has demonstrated a failure to uphold the welfare of magical children cannot be trusted to lead the body responsible for establishing standards for their protection. A gasp ran through the gallery. Not a small gasp, a rolling wave of sound, 800 people reacting simultaneously to the most consequential ruling the ICW had delivered in decades. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. He didn't look at Harry. He looked at his hands, folded on the table, and he was very still. Judge Okafor-Mensah continued, her voice cutting through the noise. Third, the tribunal orders an independent, comprehensive review of the British Ministry of Magic Systems for Magical Child Welfare, to be conducted by a committee appointed by the ICW and granted full investigative authority. This review will examine the ministry's handling of the petitioner's case and will assess whether systemic reforms are necessary to prevent similar failures. Fourth, the tribunal orders that the petitioner be provided with a new guardian of his choosing, subject to standard welfare assessments, and that international protection resources be made available to ensure his safety in light of the ongoing threat posed by the dark wizard known as Voldemort. The tribunal specifically notes that the blood proximity ward at the Dursley residence is neither the only nor the most effective means of protecting the petitioner, and that the petitioner's safety and well-being are not in conflict and must not be treated as such. She looked up from the scroll. Her dark eyes found Harry. Mr. Potter, this tribunal recognizes the extraordinary courage it took to bring this petition. You were a child who was failed by every adult who should have protected you, and you responded not with bitterness or vengeance but with a demand for accountability and justice. That demand has been heard. This tribunal hopes that its judgment today will be the beginning of a better future, not just for you, but for every magical child who deserves to be protected, cherished, and loved. She rolled the scroll. The golden seal flared. This tribunal is adjourned. The gavel fell, or rather, her wand struck the bench, and the same deep, resonant chime that Harry had heard at the preliminary review rang through the Grand Assembly chamber. But this time, it didn't fade. It hung in the air, vibrating, and was joined by another sound, applause. Not polite applause. Not the restrained acknowledgement of a judicial proceeding. This was full-throated, thunderous, 800 people rising to their feet and filling the chamber with a wall of sound that hit Harry like a physical force. Delegates from every nation, reporters, staff, observers, all of them standing, all of them clapping, some of them shouting, a few of them crying. Harry sat at the petitioner's table and let it wash over him. He felt Sirius's hand on his shoulder. He felt Hermione's fingers intertwine with his. He heard Ron's voice, rough and breaking, saying something he couldn't make out over the noise. He saw Ginny in the gallery, standing with her arms crossed and tears running down her face and a fierce, blazing smile that made her look like a warrior saint. He saw Remus, gray-faced and red-eyed and lighter than Harry had ever seen him, as though a weight he'd been carrying for 14 years had finally been lifted. And across the chamber, at the respondents' table, Albus Dumbledore sat alone. Stellar had moved away, gathering papers. The character witness had left. Dumbledore sat with his hands folded and his eyes on Harry, and his expression was something Harry had never seen on his face before. Not anger. Not resentment. Not the calculated warmth of a man managing a situation. Acceptance. The expression of a man who had been judged, and found wanting, and understood that the judgment was just. Their eyes met across the chamber. Harry held the gaze for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Not forgiveness. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But acknowledgement. The acknowledgement that this was the end of one story and the beginning of another, and that both of them would have to live with what had happened in this room. Dumbledore inclined his head in return. A small gesture, barely visible. And then he stood, and gathered his things, and walked out of the Grand Assembly chamber, and the crowd parted for him in silence, and for the first time in his very long life, the silence was not deference. It was something else entirely. They stood on the rooftop terrace of the hotel that night, all 6 of them, and watched the lights of Geneva reflected in the dark water of the lake. Harry was still in his formal robes. He hadn't changed. There was something about wearing them, about standing in clothes that someone had chosen specifically for this day, for this fight, for this version of himself, that he wasn't ready to let go of. Sirius produced a bottle of champagne from somewhere, Muggle, French, expensive, and poured glasses for everyone, including Harry, and nobody objected, because some occasions transcend the drinking age. To Harry, Sirius said, raising his glass. To Harry, the others echoed. Harry shook his head. To Arcturus Black, who built the framework. To Orly, who knew how to use it. To all of you, who believed me. He raised his glass. To no more cupboards. To no more cupboards, they said, and drank. The champagne was cold and sharp and tasted like celebration. Harry sipped it and looked out at the lake and thought about the boy in the cupboard, 4 years old, thin and scared and alone in the dark, and he thought about the boy standing on this rooftop, 15 years old, surrounded by people who loved him, holding a glass of champagne in a city he'd never imagined visiting, having just won a case that would change the wizarding world. They were the same boy. That was the thing. The cupboard hadn't destroyed him. The hunger hadn't broken him. Vernon's whispers, "You're nothing, nobody wants you," hadn't become true, no matter how many times they'd been repeated. The boy in the dark had survived, and the boy on the rooftop was proof. So what now? Ron asked, leaning on the railing. The champagne had turned his cheeks pink. "Now we go home," Harry said. "I choose a guardian," he looked at Sirius. "Which shouldn't be hard. The ICW provides protection resources. The ministry gets investigated. And I go back to Hogwarts in September, but this time, nobody sends me back to Privet Drive. Not ever again." "Dumbledore's still headmaster," Hermione pointed out. "The ICW censured him and removed his Supreme Mugwump title, but they don't have jurisdiction over Hogwarts staffing decisions." "No," Harry said. "But the Board of Governors does. And when the independent review hits the British ministry, there's going to be a reckoning that goes far beyond one man's title. The system that allowed this to happen, the deference, the secrecy, the willingness to sacrifice children for the greater good, that's what has to change. And it starts with the fact that no one will ever be able to pretend they didn't know." The lake shimmered. The mountains stood silent. The stars came out, one by one, over a city that Harry hadn't known existed a week ago and that had become, in the space of 5 days, the place where his life changed. Ginny moved to stand beside him at the railing. She didn't say anything. She just stood there, close enough that their shoulders touched, and looked at the same stars. "You know what I keep thinking about?" Harry said. "What?" "That letter I wrote. To Dumbledore. Before we left London. I never sent it. Do you want to?" Harry thought about it. The letter in his pocket, "This is not revenge, this is accountability," written in a dark room by a boy who was still half afraid that nobody would listen, that nobody would care, that the world would do what it always did and look away. "No," he said. "I don't need to send it." He heard it today. The whole world heard it. Ginny nodded. The stars reflected in the lake, 1,000 points of light in the dark water, and Harry stood on the rooftop and breathed the clean Swiss air and felt, for the first time in 15 years, like he was allowed to take up space in the world. Not the boy who lived. Not the weapon in the cupboard. Not the chess piece, not the symbol, not the sacrifice. Just Harry. Standing in the open air, with people who loved him, free. The night deepened. The city quieted. The lake held the stars. And somewhere, in a cupboard under the stairs in a house in Surrey, there was nothing. No thin mattress, no broken toy soldiers, no little boy counting spiders in the dark. The cupboard was empty, and it would stay empty, and the boy who had lived there was never going back. He was never going back.